What up? What up? What's going on? We in here early. What's going on, y'all? Welcome to the live. My name is Brother Legend. Feeling good today. Hope you're feeling well as well. You know what I'm saying? Hope you're feeling great. Feeling good, feeling great. How are you? As Outcast once put it. Got some stuff up here to talk about. Some questions. Hopefully thought-provoking enough to get people to join. Let's talk about it. Shout out to all those that enjoy the sun. Shout out to all the sun people, people of the sun. Shout out to the ancestors and their descendants. You know what I'm saying? Hello. Feel free to comment, tap like, tap like. Why do people say hello so much? It's interesting, but hello. People say hello to me. What's going on? Um, yeah, so let's tap like. Once we get over 2K likes, we're gonna get some people come up here and talk about some things. Thank you for the love in the comments. Appreciate you. Oh, it's customary. What custom is that? I don't know the custom. Or you mean like in a physical room? I know that custom. Okay. Well, hello back to you. What up, y'all? Peace to all the Pan Africans. You know what I'm saying? We back again. Another day. We made it over the hump. 2 more days left in the work week. It is not proven, my friend. That is cap. That is cap. Yo, check out this comment, y'all. He says Jesus wasn't black. It was proven. What happened? You met him? Did you meet him? You got a photo or something? Please. I don't want to respect anybody's race, to be honest. I don't respect any races. I think we need to do away with the whole construct. Tap like if you agree. I'd rather not have race at all than to sit here and talk about how we need to respect races. Let's just not have races anymore. How about that? Why don't we just go back to being people? You know what I'm saying? But let's not dilute the conversation with the whole I'm human when we're talking about the construct of race and how it affects people. You know what I'm saying? When we talk about racism, now's not the time to be human. But we do know that the construct is silly, contradictory, and problematic. So let's not act like it's a innate part of humanity. I'm going to let you in, Mathia, I think it is. I'm going to let you in. We're going to wait till we get over 2K likes. We're almost there. We're at 1.8, 1.9. Keep tapping like, y'all. 2K. All right. So I'm going to let some people in. Definitely see the red flags. What up, Sister Leisha? Shout out to all the super fine coming through. Very intelligent, y'all.
Good sir.
What's going on? Mathia. What
Not
up,
much,
Cosmic?
man.
Hey,
Normal day.
give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
I am I would consider myself a jambalaya, but government classifies me now as a white motherfucker.
All right.
So, Cherokee, French, Canadian, Indian, and Chinook, as well as German and Irish.
All right. Well, you know, you tapped it on the head there when you said white, so we get you.
Alright.
Um, if I mix heavy whipping cream, marshmallows, and a bunch of other like maybe bread into a bowl, it's all still the same color. You know what I'm saying?
You're saying it's all still cake?
You feel me?
Well, we got chocolate cake, got vanilla cake, got. The thing is, the problem is with
Right.
the government. That's how they manage and take away people's property.
Hmm. Well, that's pretty deep, man. Go ahead and answer the questions for us, top to bottom.
Okay, is it racist to only date your race? No, man. I feel like it's really good to date other races because dating another race makes your kids have less probability of autism. RAA, Indigenous to America? What's AA? What are AA,
African
Indigenous?
Americans.
No, African Americans came from Africa. They straight up were sold and enslaved by the Spanish Armada. So they're not native to America, but they
It was the
were.
Spanish. Oh, interesting.
They were native to the diseases, which made them fighting, killing machines.
Was it just the Spanish that did that?
Oh no, you got the French, you got the English, went around for a while.
Hmm. Okay.
Spanish Armada was the big dog though in the slave
I would
trade.
say the Portuguese.
Did you see what they did in Mexico?
Who did what and where? What are you talking about? You talking about
Spanish.
today? You're talking about in history? What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about the same time the Spanish Armada was slave trading black humans to America for slave work, right?
Hmm.
They were also committing genocide in Mexico, which was the biggest genocide even compared
Don't say
to
the innocide
America.
word too much on TikTok. You gotta act like you're talking to a 5-year-old.
They started to unlive people
Yeah.
because
Hmm.
of their inheritance, because the inheritance, they had to unlive them. I guess that's
Mm.
what's
Interesting.
what's
Well,
context? Can you give me the word for context? Can BLK and YT cultures fully context? Like I know that
it says
BLK is,
coexist.
Black Lives.
Coexist. Coexist.
Yeah,
No end
why
in that
not?
word.
Alexander the Great remembered that we could exist. We just gotta, mingle for a couple hundred years and we'll all be all melanoma.
Sounds like mingling would mean there are no more white tea cultures left.
No, there will be no BLK nor YT.
No,
It'll
no, that's
just
not how it
be
works.
that nation.
No, that's not how it works. I
You've been
can
to
mate
Africa?
with
You're really
I
light
can mate
skinned.
with a woman from anywhere and make a black child. You, however, cannot
No.
make more white tea children with anyone but a white tea woman.
Your black child will definitely lose your skin pigment and will,
Nope,
in
nope,
fact,
that's not
become
true.
lighter
Tell that
skinned
to
than you.
Frederick Douglass. Tell
I'm not
that
a
to
fan of
Frederick
Frederick
Douglass.
Douglass.
Tell that to Barack Obama. There's
Is
many
Black
more.
Jesus racist? Nah, I don't really think so. Honestly, if there was a Jesus, it'd probably be more understanding that Jesus was in fact black or Arabic. Definitely not Caucasian. That
Well, Arabic's not a
time and
race.
era would have made it really fucking silly. I like your glasses, man. You're rocking the glasses from the Beatles?
Uh, I don't know shit about that, but I like my glasses too. I like your hat. You're wearing the hat from like Freddy Krueger.
Nah, it's an old school cowboy hat. So when you ride bunking Broncos, right, and you haven't gone past 6 seconds or even 8 seconds, because 8 seconds is the proper winner for trying to ride a Bronco at the rodeo. This is my black hat. I've never been able to get past 8 seconds on a Bronco.
Jeepers Creepers. You ever see that movie? It's a good movie.
Yeah, it's a good
He wears a
movie,
hat.
but yeah, not this hat. His more is like a fedora.
Uh,
Was it a cowboy hat?
it looks like the hat you got on here. You know.
I don't know, man. I feel like my hat's a little bit Paragon
Do you have
compared
two
to.
first names? I'm curious.
Yes, I have two first names.
All right. It matches the theme.
What's your first names?
Legend.
What?
Brother Legend. That's my name.
Brother Legend.
Mm-hmm.
You sound like a
Well,
cool spirit, you know that?
I am a cool spirit. Thanks for coming up, man. If you got nothing else about the topics, I'm gonna let some more people up.
No, we went through the list. Please let me out and
All right.
I will follow you.
All right. Please don't do that. But have a nice day. All right. Let's keep it rolling. Got more people. Somebody in here named Black Jesus. Oh my goodness. We're gonna have a time today. Who is named Black Jesus? I gotta let Black Jesus. Oh man. I gotta let Black Jesus out. What's going on? I'm gonna go in order. I'm gonna go in order. So don't everybody start talking at once. Please mute your mics. Um, I'm gonna start. I guess because Black Jesus is still loading. I'm gonna start with Elijah Boy. I think it's Elijah. Give
Yeah,
us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
what up? Uh, I'm 20. I'm white, and I'm a male.
Okay. Male is not a pronoun,
I'm a
but
he, him.
okay, cool. So, answer the questions for us, top to bottom, please.
Is it racist to only date your race? Me personally, uh, I just go by if they cute, they cute. But I don't think it's racist. It's really just preference, honestly. But people find different things attractive. You can't really help it. So, but are AA indigenous to America? African Americans, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, they're not indigenous, but uh, they were taken here mainly by the Spanish, the English, the French, the Portuguese. I mean,
Wow, you mentioned all those other people, yet I say happy birthday and not Feliz Navidad. Interesting. How 44 million of us in the United States don't say Feliz Navidad, but the Spanish are the ones that did this. Okay.
well, mainly, yeah.
Mainly. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's gone. They blame everyone but themselves. Anyway, big dude, give us your age, race, and pronouns.
I'm 33. um, African American, black, however you want to put it, and he, him.
All right.
It,
Actually, I just realized Feliz Navidad is Merry Christmas, isn't it?
yeah, I think
What's
so.
what's Feliz Cumpleaños? There you go.
Cumpleaños is happy
Listen,
birthday,
my
I think.
Spanish sucks,
I
guys.
think Cumpleaños is happy birthday or Merry Christmas or some shit. I don't fucking know.
No, Cumpleaños is birthday.
Is it happy birthday?
Yeah, I'm from the East Coast. I dated enough Dominicans to know better. I apologize, but yeah, go ahead.
So is it racist to only date
Yeah.
your race? I think for every other race but black people, yeah. Well, except white people, yeah. Are African Americans indigenous to America? Sure.
Hmm.
I don't think black and white can culture. That's what I really came for. I don't think black and white cultures can fully coexist because I don't think it'll ever. There'll always be like like a way that they want to control us. So I don't know. I don't think that'll ever work. Is Black Jesus racist? No. Do we believe in Black Jesus? Or,
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
I've never
I
been.
give a damn about the sons of Abraham,
I've never been
but
asked of like. I've never been asked that question. Is Black Jesus racist?
I mean, the thing is, you'll find a lot of people when there's a picture of Black Jesus or maybe a Black Jesus on a nativity scene. A lot of people will get offended, but they don't get
Mhm.
offended when Jesus has blonde hair and blue eyes. But they'll also tell you that Jesus wasn't white nor black. Yet they don't get offended when Jesus is played by a white person in movies. I
Yeah,
don't know. I'm just wondering why they don't get offended.
I get that. That makes sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay. Yeah, and I agree with you on the cultures not being able to fully coexist. Um, fully meaning
Yeah,
uh,
fully is the key
take
word for me. Yeah,
for real, yeah,
yeah,
because you
like
can always
because we already coexisting, but we not fully shit. We not fully
yeah,
shit. So
right. It's not an equal trade of
yeah,
cultural
exactly.
exchange.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're losing.
We're giving.
Yeah, yeah,
We're giving more culture than we're receiving, definitely.
absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're being used.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks for that rundown. I'll go to the next person. Black Jesus, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please? You're on mute, Black Jesus. We can barely hear you. You're struggling with that signal. Everybody, don't forget to tap like. Please protect the live. Protect the live for me, y'all. Tap like, tap like. Nah, you're breaking up. You're breaking up. If you look at your box here, you'll see a little red bars. That means you got bad signal, bad reception. Yeah, your signal sound like. Nah, we can't hear you, man. It's really bad. I'm sorry. Just you're gonna have to drop. You're gonna have to drop down and come back up, man. All right. His reception's horrible. Um, Bobby, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
My age is 54. My pronouns are she and her.
All
And
right.
I'm very black.
All right.
So to
That's
answer,
amazing. Thank
yes,
you
it
for
is.
joining us.
Um,
Go ahead and answer questions for us,
is it
or whatever question you want.
okay? Is it racist to only date your race? It's not racist. I've tried the other, and definitely it don't work because they are racist. So no, it's not gonna work. Are African Americans indigenous to America? Yes, we do have African Americans that came here, and some were already here. And then also the ones that was already here, mated with some of the ones that came. So yes, they are indigenous to America. Can black and white tea cultures fully coexist? No, they can't. And you know what I believe? I believe separation is the answer. That's the only way we're gonna make it in this country is to separate. And is black Jesus racist? No, it's not. Because in actuality, I know the name of Jesus has been changed, but Christianity dates back before Christians called it Christianity, and it was Ethiopian. So it's black Jesus is not racist.
All right, so
I have a question, bro.
teach me more about how the non-black native uh, indigenous people of America got here.
You
Um, the,
talking about the Mongolians?
the non-black ones, I'm sure they migrated here, but my grandmother was Cree, so she was like really jet black, like real black, and she had so much in her that she was able to get a card. You know, they did give her a card, you know, because of her percentage was so high. But my great grandmother's father, he was actually a slave. So my great grandmother's father, he was a slave. So he was not from America.
Was that the father of the person that you said got the card?
Right. He was a slave.
Right. Well, we
A
do
slave.
know that many enslaved ancestors did run to reservations because they would be considered free over there. There's a list called the Freedmen's Roll that you can look up. Yeah, a lot of them went to native territory.
Yeah, and then the
Y'all
funny,
gotta mute your mics, man.
yes,
Come
and then
on,
like on
man. Y'all act like y'all ain't never been on no live before. Now stop it.
and then like
All
on my
right.
great grandmother, her husband, which is my great grandfather as well, his family actually they also stated in our records that he came from the West Indies, but now we're learning that the West Indies is an interesting thing. It's not like really what we thought the West Indies was. So, you know what? It's an interesting mess. So
I mean, it's not that interesting to me when you know about the transatlantic slave trade. Many African Americans that were held in bondage would run to native or indigenous territories where they would be considered free. They fell in love with the people and the culture because they had freed them, and eventually became part of the tribe. Now, if you're talking about Florida and the Seminole people, then yeah, that makes sense. And there were other tribes as well
yeah, my
that
grandmother was
had black
Alabama
members,
Creek though.
but there is
Tuskegee.
no anthropologist on earth
Yeah.
that can find evidence that black people, African Americans specifically, were here before the indigenous people that we call indigenous today. We do have proof that Africans did sail here before Columbus, um,
Facts.
but we don't have any DNA evidence or anthropological evidence to say that the first people in this land were African. Um, we have evidence that black people were here 2,000 years before Columbus, and we have evidence that the Native Americans and the indigenous were here 20 to 30,000 years before Columbus. So that's a long time. That goes back into the ancient days. Like that's pre Egyptian civilization. Like we're talking way back.
Hey,
So
ask
I
a
believe
question
that.
right quick. Possible for you to send me the stuff that you're talking about? Any of that?
well, I can direct you
Yeah,
to
like, or you can show me
the
where to go.
African Origin of Civilization by Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, where he breaks down how basically world history started in Africa, and he's actually um, quoted and noted for his work on the two cradle theory of civilization out of Africa. Two cradles meaning um, there were two birthplaces of civilization in Africa, one in West Africa and one in East Africa, which would be Egypt. So
So what was the name of it again?
The African origin of civilization.
African origins of this. Okay.
Yeah, he was an anthropologist that actually tested the melanin content on mummies, um, to find out, different things about, how they phenotypically presented and what their origins were, and found out that they were black. So, yeah, real anthropologists. And then I do know about the work of Ivan van Sertima. Um, he had a lot of bold claims. However, a lot of that has been debunked by other scholars. But a lot of his work still stands, especially about what he said about people from the Mali Empire that came here pre-Columbus. So we know about that. But, nobody wants to be part of the losing team. And we have an aversion to identifying with our own people to our oppressors' benefit. It's kind of sad. We love to be anything but black. I think that's problematic. Black Jesus, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
My age is 33. My pronoun is he, him. I'm a dude. Yeah, I like vagina. Be real with you. And my race, I'm black. Uh,
Did you just say you like what?
vagina.
Wow.
What I supposed to say? I'm
Um,
just being real.
what is it,
Well,
it's funny that that's how you define your masculinity.
see,
You
you're
define your masculinity by your proximity to vagina.
damn real.
That kind of makes you one.
How that make me one?
He asked for your name, your race, and what? Not
Your
you.
pronouns,
What you
and
like
he
My
and what
said
you like to
pronoun.
eat or have
he
sex
I
with.
said
like vagina.
basically I like
Why are you
gushy
telling
gushy,
us?
and I'm just like,
All right,
what kind of man has to say that to validate his masculinity? It's kind of crazy. Just ask for your pronouns, bro. I didn't need to know all
hey,
that.
bro. See, y'all. A lot of people fail to realize I'm old fashioned, bro.
And
Nah, that ain't
primitive.
old fashioned. That's something else.
Make America
No,
great again, old fashioned.
you know, old
Yeah.
fashioned. I grew up in the
Hey man,
country.
keep him away from your kids.
Yeah, for real.
Nah,
This is the
nah,
weird uncle, y'all.
nah.
We
It ain't
found him.
nothing but a number. Like what? Like we
Y'all
did.
fucked
Vagina
up,
is
dog.
crazy.
That's crazy.
No one has
Bruh,
listed
what's that
what
got to
they
do with your
like
manhood,
I got a
bruh?
sexually.
question then. I got a question for y'all, fellas. Y'all don't like vagina?
It doesn't matter. It
It
doesn't
don't
matter.
matter. That is irrelevant to my
But
masculinity.
if we did, we would be more important to you, wouldn't we?
No,
So why does it matter?
because the he,
You
him, they, them. That
equals
I
vagina.
don't. I don't
That
feel like
equals
I got
vagina. You
the.
So
sure?
I got a question for you. Are you a man with no vaginas around?
Yeah,
Okay, so then why are you talking about this?
I'm even manlier when ain't no vaginas around because I'm
Um.
out there in the woods somewhere.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. He's a
Oh yeah,
backwooder.
yeah. You
He's a
been to jail before?
backwoodergan. That's what it is.
Huh?
You been to jail before?
Have I been to jail for like 3 days?
Hmm. All right. Sound like 3 years. You said you more of a man when they not around. Interesting.
It's
What
giving.
you what
No,
you do what you do when they not around? What do you,
What
what
hunting,
what
please
body
your
part be
appetite when
around?
fishing,
when there's no vagina around? I'm curious.
What you
hunting,
do?
fishing, shit, gardening, working with my hands, building
You
some
got
shit.
homeboys?
I got family, yo.
What you
Yo, what?
what you
See,
doing day around?
Hey
what I
man,
do with my family
keep the
around?
kids away from Unc.
Hey, bro, quit
Go
making
ahead, man. Answer.
innuendos that I'm that type of way because I'm not, dog. Please don't do
I
that.
ain't saying nothing. Listen, I wouldn't have took it
Nah,
there if I
you
was
see
you.
how
But
you talking about a black man, though, bro?
what?
Yeah, check
What'd
yourself.
you say?
Cause you
What did
telling
you
me to
say?
keep you telling me you telling people to keep their kids away from around me like I'm a pedo or something, bro.
I asked you your pronouns, and you said I like vagina.
I like vagina.
That's wild.
Nah, hold on, Jay. Don't do that.
How old?
I ain't do nothing.
Yes, you are.
That's crazy.
Shit,
I'm
you
a
want to
man when
say
no
hide the
vagina's
kids?
around. I'm the same man when vagina's around. I'm just a
Nah,
man.
but you
I'm a man. He,
Jordan
him. That's what I would have
subject
said.
now though.
I
But
would have
you
just
want to
said
holler
he,
hide the
him.
kids.
I would have just answered with a pronoun. He, him. He, him.
So
He
That's it.
creeping in your window.
yeah,
Hide your kids. Hide your wife. Hide your kid.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like
get
when
your
vagina get
kids
around, you
out
be
your way.
sweating, huh?
It's the
Y'all
fact
boy,
that he feels that it should be normal for him to mention vagina. That's what's blowing my mind.
That's
He
what's
feels
good.
that that is a normal conversation in a day.
That's crazy.
so I have a Christian. Y'all have homies.
Lord have mercy.
Do y'all have
Wow,
homies?
man. Patriarchy has done a number on
I
you.
mean, it is blowing.
Hey
The
man,
patriarchy is insane.
y'all got homies,
And
bro.
he has no clue.
None.
He
Hello,
has no clue.
guys.
Uh-oh. What's going on, sister? Is that who am I?
Yeah, it is. I don't know why you
Boy,
up
these
here
people are
asking for
history,
pronouns.
man.
Why are you asking people their pronouns?
Apparently, it makes
Exactly.
people
Because
say
Because that's
Basically,
vagina.
why are you
appropriate.
asking people for a pronoun?
all right,
Why
all right.
aren't you asking
Calm
people
down.
about
Calm down. Let
vagina?
me answer a question. All right. So this is TikTok, an app that is not made by myself and has many people of different backgrounds and beliefs and identities. The reason I asked for age is because TikTok has a rule where you have to be 18 plus. The reason I asked for your race is because we're talking about race and context matters when you speak on other people's race. And then the reason I ask for pronouns is because when I don't ask for pronouns and I call someone that refers to be called a he, a she, or a she, a he, or a they, a them, and all that other stuff, it can really dilute the entire conversation. So instead of having arguments on what people should be called, I just call them what they want to be called so we can have the actual conversation I'm trying to have instead of getting all distracted.
Well, as a Pan African, pronouns are uh, they're not useful. Most African languages don't even have pronouns, so
You ain't teaching nothing I have not said many times here on this live. But as I said, everyone that comes on this live is not a Pan African. So I need to ask people what their pronouns are so we can get past that part and I can address them respectfully in their Western tongue. You understand? I'm not speaking in African right now.
I refuse to conform to Western standards, but yeah, but
Well,
you can. I'm not
all right.
questioning.
Well, yeah.
Just
Go
just don't
ahead. If
just
we speaking in one of the languages of Ashanti or Yoruba or any of that, then we can do it without the pronouns. But unfortunately, like I said, I'm just up here on a white man's app talking a white man's tongue, and I'm not going to let that get in the way of a good conversation.
yeah. But I mean, I respect your opinion. Just don't
And it
force
no,
it.
it's not my opinion. I've been hosting this live for over a year, and when I didn't ask pronouns, we would get into the same conversation we're having now instead of talking about what I'm talking about up top. You see how, as a Pan African, you should be helping me redirect the
Yeah,
conversation
I did. I
to the
did come.
topic,
Okay,
and instead we sitting here telling people how they
you're
should
right. You're
identify.
you're right. You're right,
Hmm.
sir. So, it's not racist to only date inside your race. Our African Americans indigenous to America, only 5% of African Americans have 12% or more Native American ancestry. So majority of them are not. Of course, they're a mixture of, some are a mixture of Europeans, Africans, and Native Americans, but that's a small minority. Majority of African American DNA is from Africa. Um, can
African DNA.
Majority of African Americans' DNA is of African. So what?
Hmm.
Yeah, and then okay. Um, black and white cultures. I don't believe that white people have cultures. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
so
I'm gonna be
That's
honest. I
it.
was trying to let Black Jesus go before you came up here, kind of
oh,
hijacked the whole
okay.
thing.
I'm sorry. I was trying to read. Okay, okay, okay. Let me shut
You
up.
feel me?
Let me mind my business.
Okay. So, Black Jesus, go ahead and answer the questions for us too.
Now,
Well, I can't.
hmm?
Sorry,
Yeah, she messed up the whole order of the live.
I can't believe she said white people don't have culture. What are you
Hey,
talking about? Everyone has. I mean, how
All
can
right.
that be
We're
said?
about to descend into
Would
chaos.
you Would
Hold
you
on.
like me to
yeah.
elaborate? I
Hey,
can
bro.
No,
tell.
don't elaborate. Mute your mic. Mr. Brian,
Carpenter.
could you mute your mic, please? We're gonna let Black Jesus talk, and then we can talk about your culture. Um, Go ahead, Brian. Answer the questions for us. Yes, no. Brief reason why. I mean, Black Jesus, not Brian, not Brian. My bad. Black Jesus. I'm sorry. Black Jesus. Yes, no. Brief reason why. Please.
No, it's not racist to date only your race. It's only smart. Uh, yes, African Americans are indigenous, but it's not African Americans though, because we're not from Africa. It's just Americans, or whatever you would like to call it. And no, Black Jesus is not racist. I just fuck with my own though beforehand.
Mm.
Them the answers you wanted to hear?
I mean, those are the answers I expected to hear after the whole "I like vagina" thing. So that's
Shit.
cool.
Remember, you the one calling a person pedo though.
Well, no, I
You
didn't
did that.
say I didn't say that word
Yep.
at all. I just said keep a person that has
No, you
to
said
refer
keep
to
kids away
themselves as
from
"I
me.
like
Keep
vagina"
kids away from
away
Unc.
from your little girls.
No. Keep
We do.
kids away from Unc.
You
That's what you
you ain't
said, bro.
babysitting none of my children. I guarantee. Anybody
I
that
I
talk like
don't
you
want to
gonna stay
babysit
away
your
from my
kids,
kids.
dog. You
This is
babysit your own
weird.
kids. You supposed to watch your own kids. That's how it's supposed to be. You the head of your own household, dog.
I'm not gonna listen to you tell me how anything's supposed to be. You said you like vagina. You go ahead and
What? You got
bury
kids, you supposed to like it too.
Oh my God.
it.
He is like the definition. Like,
I know. All right, we're gonna move on to the next person. Thanks for
Boy,
coming
y'all
up,
ain't it, man.
Black Jesus. Uh, Brian, what's going on? Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Hello, I'm 41. I'm white or Caucasian, and I'm a his, he. Yeah. Anyway, um, is it racist only to date your race? Well, is it fat shaming to not want to date fat people if you don't like fat people? I think it's a little racist, but it's also like your personal preference. You know what I'm saying? Um, I'm learning about the indigenousness of African Americans in America. I think Who Am I explained it a little better to me, about 5 and 12%. I I'm saving up to go to
Indigenous
West
means that
Africa.
you came here first. So how in the hell are you half indigenous and half foreigner?
the
Oh yeah,
If the indigenous people never chose for you to come here and you didn't choose to come here, how are you half indigenous and half foreigner?
I
That
didn't, I
doesn't
didn't,
that doesn't that
I didn't,
doesn't
I
make
didn't, I
any
didn't.
sense.
I don't think I'm sorry for my um miscommunication there. I do know that there were the advanced civilization in Africa that came to America to trade, because we have history of that,
No.
like she said.
They came here they
About
came here to
2000,
trade. Talking about the Mali Empire. Talking about the
they're just black
predecessor of
people.
Mansa Musa.
The black people came over here from Africa to trade with the Native Americans.
No, they didn't.
They didn't.
They might
No.
have came to trade, but they didn't trade.
They
They
just
never made it
stayed.
back. In order to trade, you need to go there and come back. They left
Mm.
and they came to America. They didn't come back.
But it wasn't white man bringing them over, right? This is before that, right? They just came on. They built boats on their
No,
own, right?
they came on their own boats. They had their own supplies. We do have evidence of African alloys that were found here in arrowheads in America. So we know, and the natives called it the same thing that the Africans called it. So we know that the Africans made it here. We just don't have proof of any trade. Trading is going to and fro. They just
Mm.
went to and stayed.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I and white and black people can exist as long as we, let
I didn't
go
say
of our
people, I said cultures.
cultures. Well, I'm from Riverside, California, and white is actually a little minority. There's a lot more Mexicans than blacks. Oh, I figure
Blacks
we
is
get
crazy.
along just fine. There was not like from the south or from the north or anything like that. I mean, my high school was totally mixed, and
And they all
we
spoke
got
an
along
African
fine.
language. Did they
No,
all
we,
speak an
we
African
spoke
language?
English.
Did
We
they did
spoke
they did they
English.
all have African last names? Or the people, the black people you're talking about? Did
Well,
the Mexican
Black.
people have indigenous last names like running with bull and wind and stream?
they had American names, had
Oh,
English
okay.
names.
So how in the hell are you going to say that they are a majority when there's 200 million white Americans?
I'm talking about the small I'm talking about the small microcosm of my high school, not like the majority of
What
the
was the
different
name of your high school?
Valley View.
All right, that sounds like it's in English, sir.
Okay, are you saying that in order for black and white cultures to exist, one language has to predominate, or they
No,
can't?
but when you say that a people are a minority, yet all the proof and evidence around them of power in that area is largely held by the majority of the country and the culture that has dominated a majority of the country, it sounds like they weren't a minority. That you just felt a little, cut off from the rest of your people. But
No, not really. But the thing is, if you go down to downtown LA, Pershing Square, I'm the only white man there without a face tattoo, and I get
oh,
patted down. It's fine because he's white. He must have
Okay.
money. I'm just saying. Also,
are you telling
like,
me that's racism? Are you trying to tell me that's racism?
yeah, black people can be racist.
Oh wow, we're getting to it, y'all.
Well, you don't think black people are racist
He
too?
said it.
Yeah, yeah, sure. We have enough power
He said it.
to oppress other races. So yeah, I guess apparently we can
Racism
be.
doesn't mean oppress. It
It
just
definitely
means
does.
prejudice.
What do we gain from it?
Prejudice. All right, let's look up let's look up the definition of
Wow.
prejudice. Judging someone solely based off of what? Let's say their race. Let's say racial prejudice. Judging someone based off their race
They
without
look different.
cause or
Sure.
experience. Without experience, without reason, judging someone without reason or experience. Do black people have reason or experience to think that white people might be a threat to them? Do
Um,
white people ever have reason or experience to think that black people might be coming to, I don't know, conquer their lands, enslave their children? Did we do something to, you know, make ourselves seem like we were such a big threat to Europe? I don't
Maybe.
think that happened. So why do they feel that way about us? That would be prejudice. The
It
reason
it
somebody
can be
might think you're
scary to
rich,
be
the
downtown
reason someone
LA
might
when
think
you're
you're
only.
rich is because you look like the people whose faces on dollars, and you're the people that taught them to object to worship money. So
So you're
I'm just
just saying
saying.
all white people are taught to worship money? And
It
and
does say in God we trust on your money, does it not?
I just don't understand why me and my friend in West Africa and the people I talk to in Nigeria, just they say black people forgot where they came from. I'll
Um,
post it. I don't understand. White people don't really have a third world country. But why? I'm
Yes,
just
they
trying
do.
to
We
figure
we're
out.
here in one right now, America. Definitely a third
Yeah.
world country.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
It
Well,
is. It is.
yes, I
Poverty
won't
rate is crazy
disagree.
here. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're from LA. You've been to Skid Row, right? Well, you're from
Yeah.
California. So,
Yeah.
all right. Yeah, it's a third world country.
Yeah, that's
You been
definitely
to
yes.
Bakersfield? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just up the street.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I was just honored to be on your show, sir. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here. I just want to know why the black American doesn't help Africa more.
I want to know why the white American has done so much to destroy Africa to this day.
That's the CIA.
Right.
That's the top 1% that does that. Not all white people want to destroy America. I mean, Africa. That's just the
Um,
1%.
the proof
And
would
the
say
CIA and the
otherwise.
one. Huh?
The proof would say otherwise.
That's
There's
racist saying
definitely.
all white
and
people.
also, Black Americans have
When you
done a
say
lot
all, when you
to
group
help
any
Africa.
group
So,
together and
I
say
haven't
all
said
of
all
them
this
do
entire
that,
time. I have not said
that's
that word the
racist.
entire time I've
Where
spoken.
did you graduate?
Me?
Yeah.
A farm
Riverside?
somewhere.
No, it's a city. It's a urban. It's a. It's an hour south of LA. It's a urban suburb.
But if you don't know that racism, like the dynamics of it, and like the power gain from it, like if you can't even have that conversation, I just feel like you should like bow out.
Okay. Well, yeah, I definitely feel uncomfortable here but
I
that's
feel
okay.
That's a
uncomfortable.
good thing. That's a good thing. Bask in it. That means truth is nearby. That's a good
All
thing.
right, I want to learn. I want to learn why I can go up to on the train. I was in Utah for about 4 years recently, and there are basically 98% white. And then there's this nice, well dressed black individual there, and I'm just talking to him. I'm like, you know, explain to me critical race theory. I don't. So like I should feel bad because of what and this and that. It's just very interesting.
Name one quote from a African American scholar, leader, or shoot, anywhere in the diaspora that has said they wanted white people to feel bad. Anywhere in the diaspora that.
I heard that was what's taught in critical race theory
Yeah,
over
you
the
heard that from
grapevine.
white people. So
No, I think there was a black one on
listen.
Twitch.
I know a lot about all the theories and all this other stuff. We can get real deep. Like honestly, I've yet to have someone on this live actually challenge my knowledge enough. I can get really deep. I've read a lot of books. I can suggest some to you, but at the end of the day, I have never once in all my studies run into anyone that said they wanted white people to feel bad.
Good.
We've written books about how white people don't feel bad and they don't give a damn. That's what we know. So
The, okay. Okay. Well, I never felt bad for being white.
we believe you. That's what the books say.
But do you feel bad for being black? I don't
Absolutely
understand.
not.
So then why should I feel bad for being white then?
I never said you should.
Oh
But the
yeah, that's right.
problem
You
is,
said the
and this
opposite.
is what you're struggling with right now. You see, whiteness implies purity, innocence, and goodness. It means you're innocent till proven guilty. Blackness means I'm guilty till I prove my innocence. And what you're struggling with right now is that ever since the day you were a young child and you understood that you were white, you have always been presumed to be good. And when we talk about race, unfortunately, my friend, you are presumed to be guilty until proven innocent. And that is something that you struggle with because your whole life you're used to being seen as in a good light. And now you're just not being seen in that good light and you just can't place a finger on why that is and you just think it's unfair
You have
and
no
it's you're really
idea. You
yeah.
have no idea. Mentally ill. Look at the mentally ill. Okay, they are totally more oppressed than anything else. And they're shot more often than black people. White
Who is
people are
that?
shot more
Who?
often than black people. Actually, it's just
I
not
um
on
I
the news.
I
And
would
with the
expect that
numbers,
to I would expect that to happen because there's more white people in America than black people.
yeah,
I
that's
mean,
why.
name a pew pew named after an African.
A what?
Name a
Uh,
pew pew in an African language.
You mean a gun?
guess what?
Wow, you know what? We're on TikTok, man. If I say pew pew, like like you said you
Yeah, okay,
graduated,
all
right?
right.
Like,
I'm
are you
sorry.
smart? Like,
TikTok, TikTok.
yeah, I know,
TikTok.
but
Sure. Sure,
why the
sure,
hell would you
sure.
say the word if I'm skipping over saying the word? Yeah, everybody put that word in the
Sorry,
comments,
sorry,
man.
sorry, sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. I'm new to TikTok, and the Chinese, uh, filters. Sorry about that. Uh, Also, well, I want to get to your last question. Is Black Jesus racist? First of all, I like the comment that said, no, no, Jesus is racist. That's interesting. But he was Jewish and he was very dark. Yes, he was very melanated. Excuse me. He was very melanated. Anyway, if you want to buy land in Africa, please do. They need to grow bananas and tobacco. We're gonna do that pretty soon,
Oh
my
wait,
friend.
is this
Hey,
a hold
hey,
on?
oh, hey, hold on. He
Is
hold
this
on. He's landing on go back to Africa and calling us
No, I
niggas and
didn't say
saying we
go
need to go.
back to Africa.
Yeah,
I
no,
say
that's what
help
you're
Africa.
suggesting it tenderly.
wait,
Listen
is
to
this
me.
a threat or
I'll
a
go
I
back to
promise?
Africa
I
when
am.
all
I
your
want to
people
go
get the
to
hell up out
Africa.
of Africa, okay? I'll go to Africa when you tell your cousins to get the hell up off our land. How about that?
You're the.
We can't get them all fast enough. We're over there fighting wars to get them up out. They won't leave. They're scratching the door. They will not leave Africa. So when they leave, I'll leave gladly.
But I want to know, was that a threat or a promise?
I'm saving up
Cause
money to go to Africa. Me
See,
personally.
he won't. He's doing.
oh,
See, look
okay.
at him.
Well, I would recommend that. I don't know since you're
Like
white
also
tea.
like
The
how
sun will
China
get
doesn't own
you.
Africa
The
yet.
sun will get you before you can even survive in sub-Saharan Africa. So
have
good
you
luck to
been?
you.
I didn't say Sahara. This is a Greek. This is
I
West
said
Africa. Been in
sub-Sahara.
Africa.
Yes, West Africa. Yes, that's below the Sahara, sir. Right?
Oh,
And I'm
okay.
African
Okay.
myself, and that sounded like a threat to me. So good luck finding someone to sell you land in West Africa, for one.
I
Oh yeah, good
have
luck with
it.
that.
Yeah, no problem, guys. You guys really, I just don't understand. I just don't understand. Like I said, I go to LA.
I understand. All right. Well, thanks for the one Panther ball. I was damn. How many of y'all trying to come up here? That's crazy. I didn't know y'all was waiting like this. Damn. Um, I'm gonna let some folks in. I guess it's who am I's turn. Go ahead. Uh, now it's your turn to answer the
Oh
question. So
yes,
you go
yes,
ahead.
it's my turn. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyway, no, it's not racist to only date within your race. It's actually pro-black. Um, Well, I already answered that. No, African Americans for the most part are not indigenous to America. Only, like I said, 5% of them have 12 or more percent Native American DNA. Yes, there are people who were enslaved by the five civilized tribes, and they're trying to fight for their rights back. And I do
No
encourage
such
them.
thing as Native American DNA.
And yeah, there is indigenous DNA.
There's haplogroups. Um, there's certain things, but
So
I
you
mean,
you don't believe that you can test Native Americans and then put them in a database
we're
and then
talking like
compare their
we're
DNA
talking
to.
we're talking like white people, and that's what gets weird to me. Like,
Oh,
why are
okay.
we? You were upset about the pronouns thing, but you're sitting up here talking about percentages of people. Like, in the construct of race, one drop makes you black. That's not the rules I like. It's the rules that are. We are the original. They are all, everyone, Asian, white, they are all a dilution of the original. They all come from us. They have diluted themselves. When you put something that you've diluted back into the original mix, what does it become? Something new, or does it revert back to the original?
It,
So, you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I get you, but just for the sake of conversation, and since we
mhm.
do have resource on this, right? Then your conclusion would be that African Americans are indigenous to America. Then.
No, I would say some African Americans have indigenous parents and can celebrate indigenous culture, but indigenous means that you are the first people on this land, and you can't be the first people on this land and have ancestors that do not come from this land. How can you be both an indigenous and a foreigner? You can't be both. If you're indigenous to this land. If you have more than indigenous ancestry, then some people, like you said, they have a lot of indigenous ancestry. You look at them, maybe you can't tell that they have an African great 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 grandmother. After 3 generations, it's arguable. But to say that an African American, which is an ethnicity of Africans in America, are indigenous to this land is a misnomer. If anything, we can be native, but native just means you're born here. And that's even a colonizer tongue because only colonizers came up with the idea of a national identity based on where you're born because they would colonize places other than where they were born. And they said, well, I had a baby here, so this baby's from here. Before that, we called ourselves by our tribe names and we based our nations on lineage. For example, in the Bible, people know about the tribe of Judah and the tribe of 12 tribes of Israel because they were named after their father, not the land that they were from. But that's a whole thing. Colonizers name people after land. It's a thing. Um, we can talk about it another time. Though. I want to take up your time. Go ahead, keep talking.
Oh yeah, is Black Jesus racist? No. I mean, everybody has a like if you watch American Gods, right? There was the part where they showed like the creation of Easter and stuff like that. You see that there was different Jesuses. So there was like a Korean Jesus, like just different Jesuses. And the way they explain it is the reason why there's different Jesuses is because there's different denominations of Christianity. So if people can have Korean Jesus, different types of like, even the Mexicans have their own version of Jesus, why can't black people?
Mm. I mean,
At all.
yeah, I don't know. To me, I'm not really much of a Christian, but yeah, no, I guess black people could have their own version. I would say that my rebuttal to that would just be that the original version is a black version. The earliest depictions of Jesus in the Russian, Ukrainian, and the earliest churches are all black and brown depictions, statues, stuff like that.
Yeah, I I'm Muslim, so I don't think I have a say in this. to be honest.
Muslims believe in Jesus.
Yeah, we believe in Jesus, but we don't believe in like portraying the prophets. Like
Yeah,
so, yeah.
that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, me, I'm anti. I mean, I'm not anti. I'm just Abrahamic religion, patriarchy, all that stuff is all up in that. Like, I don't get into that much, to be honest. I'm more of an African spiritual person. But thanks for sharing. The African, could you give us? You've been up here before, sister, but give for the audience, give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Okay, I am African. I'm 40 years old. I live in Accra, Ghana. And obviously I've lived in the UK. I've also lived in America, obviously, but living in Ghana currently. To the
Hmm.
questions, is it racist to only date your race? Absolutely not. It's self-preservation and it really makes sense. Actually, to integrate is one of the weaknesses of our community. And all the other ethnicities understand this. And that's why they have more cohesion, more communities, more wealth, more business circulating. You can't, be into this inclusion when you don't even have enough resources in your own community. It just does not make sense. And another, highlight of this is the elites of other ethnicities are like the last to marry outside of their group. They like to, it's like a huge taboo for these elites of these communities versus our elites. A lot of them prefer and do marry out, which means that the wealth and the business that they generate then becomes an extension of yes, exactly. Shaking your head.
Terrell
That's
Owens.
what it's like. That is
Terrell
exactly what it's
Owens.
like. It's awful. Just ridiculous. And anyway, we could talk about that
Mm-hmm.
forever and ever. It's really
Hello, my brothers
laughable.
and
I mean,
sisters.
excuse me, it's not your
Hold
turn,
on,
Betty. It's
please.
mine.
Don't
Sorry.
don't do that.
I was just saying hello, that's all.
Please. All right. Don't say hello. Mute your mic, please. Go ahead.
So it's like you escalate against all odds to a higher position in life, become wealthy, become famous, become prominent. And instead of you sharing that in your community with people that understand your experience, you're going to go and get with the oppressor and share. I mean, it's just anyway. Second question, are African Americans indigenous to an America? No, they are not. That is why when they can trace their lineage and do trace their lineage, it never roots them back to the US. Europeans can trace their lineage and it take them back to Scotland, take them back to England. People that are in America currently, if they were to do their DNA or do their genealogy, somehow it connects them to the continent. And that right there is proof that obviously you can't be indigenous, like you pointed out. How can you be indigenous to a place and have origins elsewhere? It does not make sense. It's a contradiction and an oxymoron. Can black and white cultures fully exist? Hell to the no. They have never peacefully ever in the history uh, coexisted well. And until we face that fact, we're going to continue to be in the situation that we are, where we continually try to integrate with them. And as for instance, in the West, we've tried to integrate with them. We've tried to live separately from them. We've tried, our own communities. Everything that we do in the midst of them is destroyed. And so, as long as we continue down this very foolish path, we will continue to endure what we endure. Is Black Jesus racist? I'm not a Christian, so I can't really, speak of this, but I would say that representation matters. And I would say that if Black people choose to have a deity or deities that they serve, those deities should be a reflection of them. It doesn't make any sense to have a deity that does not reflect you, that you can just never achieve that kind of status. And if you look again, if you compare it to the other religions around the world, all of their deities look like their people. We're the only people that have this image, and Christians will say, well, Jesus is not white, he's the spirit, and all this nonsense that they say. But all the depictions that they follow and acknowledge as Jesus happen to be white Jesus. So I would say, yeah, if you are into Christianity and you want to, believe that, then make him be a reflection of yourself. And
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, at least, you know what I mean? So
Hmm.
that's what I have to offer on today's topic. Much love to you always for what you're
Appreciate
doing.
you.
I really love this platform and love how you're trying to educate, despite all the people that like to come here and become distractions and pretend they're stupid
Hmm.
and pretend they don't know what we're talking about. Much love to what you do.
Thank you, sister. Thank you for
Yeah,
contributing to the live. Um,
much love, much
Prince,
love, much love.
always. Prince Coffee, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, my brother?
Hey, for the live, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Most definitely. I'm 35 years old. I'm a black man, and I'm from West Africa. From the Ewe tribe from West Africa, one of the largest tribe in West Africa. This is a good topic today. I want to dive straight to it.
All right, go ahead, brother.
Is it racist? Is it racist to only date your race? No, absolutely not. We're supposed to date, our own race. That's the only way we can reproduce and multiply. Are African American indigenous to America? Absolutely not. They're not indigenous to. If you anything Negro, anything black, you're not indigenous to anywhere you are in the world today. You are indigenous to Africa. I mean, that's just common sense. Critical
That's a
thinking.
good way to put it.
I think. If you've been this brother live, by now you should know about. Some of this question is, it's a trap. Don't come out here and just and play yourself. Just don't do it. Cause it won't make no sense. You're gonna get eat up. But that's what that is. Can black people and white culture fully coexist? It would never happen. It's just never gonna happen. And we never gonna see it. If it's anything, they're just gonna be serving to us. At the end of the day, that's what they deserve to be, a servant to us. We ain't gonna do them the way they do it, but they're gonna serve us. That's what they're gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna be outside doing that though. But
I don't know how long they're going to last outside, but
yeah, but that's what we do. So the last question, the last one is, I'm a Messianic, brother, I go deep into the whole Hebrews and stuff. I'm not like these, Western perspective when I approach the scriptures and stuff like that. My forefathers was the one that written these scripture, the Dead Sea Scrolls. We claiming there's a lot of book on that. There's so many author that you can go look up Mauli on Amazon. He written a book called the Bible is the Black Man history. Go check that out. There's a few other book that he wrote on those type of topic that we are the one that actually written the Dead Sea Scroll. Jesus, as y'all know, as Jesus, he came from the tribe of Judah. So therefore he's a black man. Jacob, whatever name that y'all using, because I can't call it in my language because nobody understand that. Because nobody
yeah.
speak my language, therefore we're gonna use European language because that's what we're speaking now. So I'm gonna go with Jesus and Jacob and all these things. So therefore, we're not gonna give white men too much credit that Christianity is theirs. They hijack everything. They colonizer. That's their culture. They take over everything. Everything that they touch, they're trying to take over it and rewrite it. If you know anything about Renaissance, Renaissance is a French word that means they rewrite history. They rewrite history. There's a book called Apocrypha, and Apocrypha, I think it's in the Maccabees, a book of Maccabees. It says these heathens, they have opened a book of laws, and they have repent themselves from the original people, which was black people, throughout the scripture.
Wow.
They have repented themselves. That's an Apocrypha. Y'all can go check it out. This is a
That's crazy.
and then when you look at the what's the name? What's his called? What's his name? His name is I forgot this book. he's gonna come to me. But however, he's another he's in the European sources that written a book that that have this description of Christ and all the apostles. These are all black men that came from Africa. Christianity was born in Africa. Any Hebraic religion was born in Africa. All this is black history. Everything is black. These people that we see today as white people, we don't know who they are. They're the alien. They just come from, they was made, whatever it is. We have to go back to ourselves because they are the cancer that affecting us, right? They shouldn't be in the conversation. We should focus on ourselves because we need to get back to ourselves because they have done number to us. When they take over, their goal is to erase history and rewrite it, and they have done number on it. They have done it. Y'all seen they really done it. So now we have to really get up. Africa don't get that because they're in Africa right now. They need to get out because their reason to be in Africa, we don't get education. We are privileged in a Western country to have Wi-Fi all day, to go to libraries, to study, have YouTube, TikTok. People in third world country they have to pay for Wi-Fi. They have to pay for electricity to get this type of information. Therefore, they don't know who they really are. So that's why when we hear you having this conversation, I'll be like, man, y'all privileges out here. So again, white folks need to get out of Africa, and then we need to focus our brothers and sisters to come home. That's the goal, with that. So again,
Absolutely.
shout out to my brother Legend. He's doing his thing. Y'all go follow,
Appreciate you.
follow his live, what I'm saying, and just engage and learn. The most important thing is do your study, do your go do your research before you come into this live. He do this live once a day. Come in here with sources. I give you at least 3 sources today to actually back that claim that Jesus is black. Go to Apocrypha and the Maccabees. It's even in the scripture in the Revelation, it describes 1
Right.
and 14. It describes how he's looked. That's just the revelation of how he's gonna look when he come back. That was just the revelation of who's coming back, right? So that was somebody revelation that was seeing it. But throughout the scripture, throughout the biblical scripture, they're all black. From you're gonna understand, it's about a nation of people. From Revelation, from Genesis to Revelation, is talking about a nation of people and what they went through and what they're about to go through and what they're going through. And this nation of people is black people. And it's black people. That's just it is. Black people. That's simple. Until we get together and know what's going on, we're gonna be lost in the sauce. So that's what I'm gonna say today.
I
I
heard
gotta
that.
go, brother. I gotta go study,
All right.
in class.
All
So
right.
peace to
One love, brother.
everybody.
Peace.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Be safe. Next guest, Everest. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please? You're muted, Everest. Everest, are you there? Everest.
I got skipped.
Oh, you got skipped? I'm sorry. Essene, my bad. Hold on, Everest. Hold on.
You can go ahead and let him cook. I'm about to grab something real quick.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Everest.
Hey, how
Give
are
us
you?
your
How are
age,
you?
race, and pronouns.
I'm a man. I'm 36. I'm not sure what race means. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you swing from vines in the jungle? Like, do you live in a cave?
No, I don't live in a cave. I live in a house. No,
Do you have
I'm
Wi-Fi?
genuinely don't know what I
Do you
don't know
have
what
wi-
race is like.
Do
I
you
don't
have
know what race is.
Wi-Fi in your house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, where are you from?
Um, I was born in Ireland. From a gypsy community. Um,
Mhm.
That's where I was born.
Mhm.
My
Mhm.
brother from another mother, he's from Durban, Johannesburg, South Africa. Um,
Mhm.
and he was like, I've always been oppressed. Our people have always been oppressed in a white country. Like
What
I
does
am
that have
white,
to
my
do with
skin is.
race? Why are you bringing that up? I thought you didn't know what race is. Why are you bringing up oppression?
Sorry. Oh no,
Why
I'm
are you
just
bringing up
saying.
oppression? I asked you
I'm
what your
just
race was. Why
talking.
are you bringing up oppression?
What I don't know what race
You
is?
said you
Is
didn't
it
know
the
what
color of my
race
skin?
was.
Is it that the color
What?
of my skin? Race the color of your skin. I'm not
No,
sure. I
that would
really
be
don't
your
know.
color. that's your color. You know when they say any race, color, or creed, you're mentioning your color, but you're also bringing up
Okay.
oppression. I thought that was interesting. So
Yeah,
you're
yeah, yeah,
Irish
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
and you don't know what
From
race
the
you
from the
are.
traveling No, I don't know. I'm from the traveling community. We didn't have access to a lot of education. We were oppressed for a lot, like
Okay,
for
so you're
hundreds
from
of years.
a not so smart community.
No, no, we weren't. We were denied access for schools, and
Is your
we
mother
were
your
pushed
aunt?
off land.
Are your mother and aunt the
Sorry.
same person? Is your mother and aunt the same person?
Um, no, but they wouldn't be the same person. No, but similar. They do have a lot of inbred and things like that, and all within the community. They do, yeah.
Hmm.
Um, they do, yeah. No, I just read your description on your profile. I just thought it was. I think it all depends on the intention of why people don't want to date opposite race. I think that would be racist if there's ill intentions. But like if a person has a preference to their own race or nationality or color or
What
whatever it
is
may
a
be,
race?
like I'm guessing it's like a group of people from like certain parts like that's the same as each other.
It's what?
I have to Google. I don't know. I don't know the exact definition. I couldn't. If you say what's the definition of race, I don't. Not sure. Like
I didn't ask you for the
I,
definition, but you're using a word that you told me you didn't know what it was.
I don't.
So then
I
why are
don't
you
know the
using
word.
it?
I don't know. Sometimes we use words. Anyway, no, I don't think it's racism to date a person like
I
that's
mean, why should I
not of
take
your
you
culture.
seriously if you don't know what race is and you're talking about racism?
I'm just
Like
uneducated.
what?
I'm just trying to educate you, Safer. That's all I'm
It's
trying to
like
do.
if I know nothing about hockey and I'm coming up telling you about hockey. I don't even know what that is. I'm like I had hockey for breakfast. You know, like what are you talking about?
Right.
Just using a
I'm
word?
just here to learn. I don't. I, yeah, I'm just
I'm
here to
I'm
learn.
I'm
I don't
trying to
really know too much
understand.
about
I'm
that.
trying to learn myself how someone
Okay.
that
Okay.
doesn't live in a rock or in the wilderness like Tarzan doesn't know what race is. You have a whole phone in your hand. You don't know what race is. You know
Okay.
who
But
usually
like,
doesn't know who race is?
are all people not originated from the African continent? Like
Do
all
you
Homo
kn-
sapiens
do you know who usually doesn't know who race is? The people that
people.
invented the idea of race. They usually don't know what race
Okay.
is because they don't have to think about it. They're not confronted in their daily lives by the social construct of race and choosing where they're safe,
Well,
choosing what they can
I'm an
do
ethnic group.
to
I'm from the Irish. I'm from the Irish
what?
traveling community, which is basically I'm from the Irish traveling community, which is an ethnic group within Ireland. Um, and we get
Ethnicity and
treated
race are
differently.
not
We're
the
like,
same thing.
okay,
He's gone. Shout out to Kira. Thank you for the panda card. That was interesting.
Yeah, dang.
That was interesting. Wait, what? Excuse me? Did somebody say something?
No, I was like saying, damn.
Oh, okay. All right. Essene, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
My age is 29. My race is African American, and pronouns is him.
All right. And go ahead and answer the questions for us, please.
All right, just a quick recap, well, post cap or whatever you want to call it, pre-cap. My fault. So when I answer the questions, do I give a explanation after each question is asked, or do I just answer all the questions then give an explanation? Or
You can give an explanation after each question, but just try to make it short. Try not to ramble.
yeah, I got you. I got you. All right. So is it is it racist to only date your race? It's only racist, in my opinion, to only date your race if you're African American.
It's
Oh,
only
I'm
racist.
sorry. Well, actually, I'm sorry. I meant if you're not African American.
Okay, cool.
So, because if you date outside your race as African American, you kind of sell yourself out and your culture out, and you kind of also exclude yourself partially from the full benefits of reparations, which identify us in a sense, partially. Are
Hmm.
African Americans indigenous to the America? It depends on where do we put the time stamp of indigenous, like how far back are we talking? Because if you look at a lot of Native Americans or indigenous Americans, you want to call it. They more so resemble Asians than anybody, but we do know that a lot of Africans,
10,000 years.
10,000 years, so it's where we
Ten
stop,
thousand years.
where we cap it at. All right.
What makes us African Americans is that 10,000 years ago, our ancestors were on the continent of Africa.
Okay.
10,000 years ago, European descendants here in America were on the continent of Europe. 10,000 years ago, Asians. 10,000 years ago, indigenous Americans were still here.
Okay. All right. Not too versed on that, so I'm gonna just kind of skip on that one. I need some education on that one before I bring any opinions in here. Can black people, can black and white cultures fully coexist? No. Where else in the entire world does that happen peacefully? Where else in the entire world does any culture coexist and happen peacefully? We don't even have necessarily our own true uh, country in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Like we have no resources that we're fully benefiting off of. I mean, our resources that we generate, as far as sports and music industry, entertainment, things of that nature, we don't even have full financial control over that. So we can't consider this coexisting. I can't wear a Lakers jersey or a LeBron's jersey and be like, I'm LeBron. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't. That doesn't make any sense to me. Is Black Jesus racist? No. When you look at the whole entire situation of Jesus, I don't think they had sunscreen back in the day. So so how can he not
Yeah,
be
they ain't
black?
had that.
You know what I'm saying? So how can he not be black? So that's just my my whole take on that whole situation. I ain't gonna take up too much of your time. Appreciate you
All
having
right.
me. Uh,
No, thanks for coming up, brother.
yes, sir.
You ain't said no. You ain't said nothing wrong. I'm trying to understand who the Panther Pause was for. Who was the Panther Pause for, Heather? I don't know who the Panther Pause was for even for. He didn't say nothing crazy. I don't know. What did he say crazy? Somebody let me know. He ain't say nothing wrong.
No, she was talking about him. She was talking about the dude from Ireland. He was about to get those hands.
Oh,
That's what she wrote in the comment. He was about to get those paws.
okay. Well, we can save him. I'm pretty sure we'll run into someone else. Go ahead, user. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Uh, yes, sir. My age range is 52 years of age. I am a black Israelite, which by blood, and I want to piggyback on what the gentleman was saying. The African uh, young brother was saying with the knowledge that he got that out of as far as the opening up the book and they painted the images that come out of the apocryphy that they took out of the scriptures, the books that they took out of Maccabee, that come out of one of the books that's called Maccabees. It said that the heathen uh, opened the book of the law, and they saw the paint, the likeness of their own images. And when they painted over all the black prophets, the black angels, and Christ, they painted over all the judges. That's what he got that from. He said he read it out of a book. He probably did, but that comes out of the apocrypha that they took out when we ruled Europe. King, I have the books. I have also the 1611 with everything in there. The King James version, and I also have the book of King James. He was a black man. He ruled all over Europe. That was back in the Dark Ages when
You
we
just said
had.
King James was a black man.
Yes, sir. I have the book. That's when you ever heard of the Dark Ages when we ruled Europe. That's why we have black statues all in Europe. Saint Maurice statues. They still have him when he was black and old pictures. They're showing black kings and queens. That was night come from, because the men were black with armor. We was the first in Europe. We built Europe. That's when we
I feel
like
like you're
back.
mixing, you're mixing up like certain things. I'm like hell yeah, and then other things I'm like huh.
Yeah,
So you're
yes,
telling me
sir.
King James
Yes, sir. I'm telling you the truth. It's
was a
in it.
black man?
Yes, they was all Jews. Yes, he was a black man. He ruled all over Europe. He had 40 scholars to translate the Bible into English from Spanish. He had 40 black men to do that. Yes, I have the book. And yes, it was called the Dark Ages back then when we ruled. We ruled Europe.
King James wasn't
And
during the
when
Dark Ages.
yes, it was. You can't believe everything you got to research. Google is not gonna tell you the truth, brother.
I ain't
You have to
looking on
research.
Google.
Oh,
I have
okay,
my own
okay,
databases, and I've also heard
okay,
Dr. John Henry Clark, my scholar, talk on this.
okay.
He did not say King James was a black man.
Yeah, he was
Um,
a black man, brother. I have the
he had
book.
some disparaging things to say about King James, to be honest.
Yes, that's what they want us to believe in. I don't know what he got his documents from, but there's old books that we reveal the color of the Jews that was in back in that time before the Renaissance came, when Pope Nicholas V,
See what
they
I'm
came
saying?
in
That's what I'm
power.
saying. You're mixing truth. Like, I hear what you're saying.
Yes, I'm
I
just
feel like
telling
you're
you.
mixing some of the truth with some other
No,
stuff that I'm like, I don't know, because
no,
I
sir.
believe you. I understand
No,
Renaissance. I
yes, sir.
understand Constantine. I understand even
Yes, sir.
in his debate, Elijah Muhammad. I mean, sorry, not Elijah Muhammad. Khalid Muhammad, in his debate about the race of Jesus, brought out how Herodotus and Josephus both said that the Egyptians were black, and Josephus said that he was a Jewish historian of Jesus' day who said that Jesus was about 5 feet tall and had African features. But um, King James, for me, I'm looking it up now, and King James um, was born in the Edinburgh Castle in 1506. He was the King of England in 1603. That is not the Dark Ages. So that's not the Dark
Okay.
Ages. The Dark Ages is like the
We rule
1300s.
you.
What?
King and
You're breaking up. And then they've got also
hear me,
portraits
brother.
of King James. They've got portraits of him. He looked pale and
Yeah, yeah,
pasty to me.
that's wrong, man. All of that is wrong. It's wrong. They repainted. Remember when I told you they repainted over all the pictures and
And see, that's the
everything?
thing.
It
That's the
was
thing,
all
because
black.
if you
So
wanted to
what
prove the
makes you
point
think
that you're
that?
saying, you could say how the earliest version of the Bible comes from Ethiopia and just take it back to Africa. Why would King
No, it
James
don't come from
make
no
an
Ethiopia.
edited version of the Bible that puts patriarchy and says that slaves should obey their masters and all this other stuff? Why would he put that? Why would a black man be the king of England in the Dark Ages and make a more racist patriarchal Bible?
That's not what the scriptures mean. They understand, brother. They used the Bible, our own book, and used it when allowed us to read, when allowed us to keep the commandments and the laws of God. They did the same thing to Northern Kingdom when they first came over here. Same thing. They wouldn't
But that's
allow them to
assuming
read.
that's assuming
But
that
but that
that
is
that a
our
black
book.
man was the king of England,
Yes, he
and
was.
he
I
he
have the book.
translated the Bible into English
Yes,
and
he had
took
four
out
black
the
scholars.
race
Yes,
of
sir.
Jesus, because the race is mentioned, well, not the race, but the descriptions of Jesus are mentioned in the Ethiopian Bible, like the brother that was up here earlier said.
That
So
Ethiopian, I don't know what kind of Bible Ethiopian
that's
got,
the
but
original Bible. See, that's what I'm saying.
no,
How you
that's not
don't
the
know that?
original Bible, brother.
Yes,
He
it
was a black
is.
man. What they say, he was black. If they didn't, if it don't say he was a black man, I don't know what kind of book they got. That's the wrong
The
book.
Ethiopian Bible was the original Bible, bruh.
No, it was not, brother.
Yeah,
Well,
see,
no,
that's what I'm
no, it was
saying,
not.
man.
Matter of
Listen,
fact, the
man.
Ethiopian Bible is not the real Bible, brother.
It's the first Bible.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it
No, it's not.
is. Yes, it
No, it's
is.
not.
Yes, it
No, it's
is.
not. It's
Yes, it
not the first
is.
Bible,
You will
brother.
not
No,
find
it's not.
any
No, it's not.
historian,
That's a lie.
anthropologist,
If
or
you go over there
scholar
to
that
Ethiopia,
say the King
if you
James
believe
Version Bible is
that,
the
no,
first
it's not.
Bible.
Their
The
book is
King
not the
James,
first Bible,
the Ethiopian
brother.
Bible is the first Bible that was ever assembled.
No, it's not.
Ethiopia was the
The
first
Torah is
country
the
to
first
consider
Bible. The
Christianity the
Torah,
national religion.
the Torah is the first Bible, not the
The Torah is
Ethiopian
not the
Bible,
first
brother.
Bible. The Torah
Yes,
is
it
the
is. The
first
Torah
Torah.
is. Yes, it is. I know what I'm
No, it's
talking about.
not. No,
You
it's
don't even
not.
believe. Do you believe in the
Book of
Bible,
the
brother?
books of Moses is in the Bible. That's not the Bible. The Bible has
Do you believe
from
in the Bible?
Genesis to Jesus.
Do
That's
you
the
do you
Bible.
believe in
The Torah
do
is
you
not
believe
the
in the Bible,
Bible.
sir? Okay. Okay, you know, I don't want to be disrespectful to you and you're on your own
You
panel,
ain't
brother.
disrespecting
But
me, man. I'm
I'm not
disappointed by
trying to
your
be.
lack of
I'm not
knowledge
trying
up
to
here
be.
spreading this misinformation.
We having a debate, brother.
This
I'm
ain't
not
no
trying to be
debate. You
disrespectful.
wrong. This
No,
is
you
not.
wrong.
This is
Do you?
this is
Let me
historic.
ask you something.
All right. You know what? Here's the thing.
Can I ask you
DM
something?
me, DM me, John Henry Clark, Chancellor Williams, Sheikh Jup, or even Yosef Ben Yakinen, John G. Jackson. Send me somebody that said
Okay.
anything that you just said, because they all say the
Okay.
opposite. I'm
I
sorry.
will. But let me ask you something, brother. Do you believe in the Bible?
Believe that it
Do you believe
exists,
in
or do I worship God of the Bible?
it? Well, both. Do you believe in the Bible or do you worship the God of the Bible?
That's what I'm saying.
Both.
I believe the Bible exists. I look at it like a historical text and not a holy book. But
Okay.
I also believe there's a lot of lessons and stories in there. I am not a worshiper of the God of Abraham.
Okay. So are you a worshiper of the God of the Israelites? Israel?
No Abraham, and no. They say no pork on my
That,
fork.
that what
No
explains it
Abraham
all
on
right
my
there.
fork. I'm good.
You just explained it all. That's why you can't believe in anything I'm telling you because you don't believe it. That you
I
just
got the words of
explained
David on.
it.
I got the words of David tattooed on my arm.
Yeah, but you know that don't have anything but believing in God's words. But you
No,
know,
no,
but
no, 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 no. Don't
well,
take my
I can
godhood.
see.
Don't take my God away from me. I didn't say I didn't believe in God. I don't believe in the God of Abraham. You see, a lot of us think that we're Christian when really we're African. We think we're
Okay,
Christian,
okay.
but we're
We're
African.
not Christian.
In
We're
order to
Jews,
be, in
brother.
order to be,
We're
let me teach you
Jews. We're
something
not
about
Christian.
religion. Hold on, let me teach you something about religion. Let me teach you something about
I
religion,
don't
right?
believe in religion. I don't
Religion
believe in
was
religion.
brought to you by your colonizer. A lot of us would be Buddhists if the slave trade was started by Chinese folks.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
the
sir.
funny thing is, we got a lot of Islam and a lot of Christianity in our
Yes, sir.
community
You're
because of
right.
our colonizers.
Yes, sir.
Except the
I don't
funny
believe.
thing is,
Yes,
it's
sir.
used to control you by telling you what to
Yes, sir.
believe
You're
is
right.
right or
I believe
wrong
that.
based
You're
on
right.
what your oppressor tells you is right
You're
or wrong.
right.
So if
Exactly.
I'm gonna take over your lands and I'm gonna enslave you, I need to teach you
Absolutely.
that what I think is right, and what I think is
Absolutely.
wrong, and that you need
That's
to
right.
pray to someone that looks like me.
That's right.
And so
That's
and
right.
so and
You're right.
so
You're
the funny
100%
thing
right.
about religion is it shows you that when you have to call yourself a Christian. How do you become
Right.
a Christian? How do you become a Christian? You are what you are.
I agree with
God
you.
says, I am that
Right.
I am, right?
Right.
So you are who you are. I was
Right.
born, and being born
Right.
made me an
Exactly.
African. I didn't have to go become an African. You
Right.
understand? I didn't have to go somewhere and
Exactly.
become an
I
African.
understand.
But when your oppressor takes over your
Exactly.
land, they have to tell you what to
That's right.
become. And they tell you, I'm a Christian, you
That's
better
right, bro.
become a Christian. A lot of our people were
That's right.
deleted and unalived if they would
Mm-hmm.
not become a Christian. You understand? So they had to tell you, you become like
Right.
me. And that's how religion creates a safe environment for
Uh-huh.
your oppression. So
Uh-huh.
I don't follow religion. I am who I am.
Uh-huh.
I am an African,
That's right.
and I have a spirit
That's right.
because our African spirituality reverberates through
Right.
all these
Right.
religions.
Right.
They all copied us.
Right.
But we don't have to
Right.
be
I got
religious. I
you.
don't need to tell you what to
Yes,
believe.
sir.
I don't
I
need to
got
tell anyone else what to believe. Those that get it, get it.
you.
And that's it.
Yes, sir. I got you. I believe it. And I agree with 100% of what you said. You are 100% right. And
All right.
I don't debate that. I believe in that. I believe it in everything you just said. I believe in that. And what I want to just say, brother, I am not religious. I don't believe in religions. I believe in uh, a Jew. I'm a Jew by blood. And that been taken from us. They took our book and used it against us. Let me read something to you right quick, brother. I agree with everything you're saying. You're right. You're right. You're 100% right. I'm gonna read
Hmm.
the Compact Bible Dictionary in Ham. This is the land of Africa. It was God called it Ham. It's not Africa. Africa came from Afrikaners, a white colonizer that changed that
Yeah, I
first.
know. Our indigenous
Yeah.
name for it is Alkebulan.
Okay. Let me read this to you. Ham, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of the 8 persons to live through the flood, he became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, but the
Yeah, I know.
Egyptian, Ethiopian, and the Libyans and the Canaanites. That'll let you know right there, we're not Africans.
But
We're not Hamites. Africans
no,
are
no.
Hamites.
That's in
We come from Shem. We come from Shem, brother. And as
a
you
white
read
man put that
Deuteronomy,
in the Bible.
as
I
you read
guarantee you
Deuteronomy,
there was no such
listen
thing
to
as
me.
a Negro race when the
Slavery,
Bible was
slave.
written.
You
For
won't
that
let
to
me
be in
finish,
the
brother.
Bible
You keep
should let you know the
interrupting me.
footprint of your oppressor
Can you
is
let
in
me
there.
finish? You keep interrupting me, brother. Can I please finish talking? Let me just finish, please. We're Deuteronomy is 28. If you read from 15 to 68, that's our slave. This is how we know our curse that God put on us um, for disobeying and breaking the laws. See, the church don't do that but teach lies, Christianity. It's all lies, brother. And that's why our people are destroyed and we don't know who we are. Because they talk lies. Let me read some of the curses in Deuteronomy. The 28 to 32. The sons of my daughter shall be given to another people, and their eyes shall look and fall with them longing for them all day long, and there shall be no might in thy hand, no power in our hand to do anything about it. That's slavery. 41 says, thou shalt begin sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. That's slavery. Slavery. In 44, he shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to them. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. That's when we was in power, and when they came in the Renaissance days, we went down and went out of power. And 20 48 says, thou serve thy enemy, which the Lord shall send against thee in hunger. We got to go to the white man for food, the YT for food. And in thirst, we got to go to them for, if we thirsted, about water to pay a bill, and nakedness for clothes. They own all the clothes. All anything. Uh, thou shalt put a iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. And when they took the iron, the yoke off our neck, brother, Can't mentally destroy. That's
Man, I have had direct
and believing in
contact.
our God. And,
I've had direct contact
and listen,
with
let me finish.
the nation.
49, the Lord shall. Can I finish? Please let me finish. And I'm gonna
I
be
know, but
quiet. The
you
Lord
reading up
shall
the whole
bring the
line,
nation
man.
against
Listen,
thee
man,
from
I don't
far
do the whole
from the end
long
of the earth
monologue of the reading
as fish
of the
as an
colonizer's
eagle
book.
flying. Can you please let me finish, brother? Please, can I please finish?
I already know
Brother,
what you're
just
reading.
let
You're
me,
not
young
teaching
brother,
me
let me
nothing, and you're
finish
just taking
reading.
up time on my live,
You
brother.
don't know what I'm
I hear
reading
what you're
because you won't
saying,
let me,
but
you won't let me read it.
I already
Let me
know what
make
you're
my point, and I
saying.
promise you I will shut up.
I've heard
Can I
all
be
these Bible
quiet? Let me
verses
make my
from
point.
Hebrew Israelites on the street corners.
The,
I'm from the East Coast. Like I've already
the
heard all this.
nation,
I already know what you're
the,
saying. I
let
know
me
where you're
read
going
one
with
more.
this.
The Lord shall bring the nation against thee from far, and the end of the earth as swift as an eagle fly. The nation who tongue thou shall not understand. That's when they got us in slavery and brought us from the eagle, because they symbolize the eagle. That's our enemy. All the Europeans symbolize that's got that symbol, the eagle. And that's when we went into slavery. And it have the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. We ain't never been in Egypt again with ship, but into slavery. But thou shalt who of them I speak of them shall not see it no more again, talking about our land. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemy for slave men, bond women, slave women, and no man shall buy you, no man shall redeem us and buy us up out of slavery. That's how slavery. That's all I want to say, brother. And I'm gonna be quiet. Whether you believe it or not, this is our
Man,
curses.
listen,
This is
man.
us in the
I
Bible.
already
This is
know
our
all
book.
that stuff you talking about. I
Do you
don't
know?
believe in
Do
no
you know
damn.
all the people are black in the Bible and the angel are black? Do you know that? Do you? I can read it for you. And Christ is
I
black.
do know that, but I don't care
All the
whether or not they black. The
black.
problem is that that book was
You
given
don't
to you
care.
by your oppressor, and I
Okay,
don't care if you paint
okay,
everybody in
brother.
there
You don't.
black. I don't care if they was originally black. I'm not going to start believing that my people are cursed.
I
I'm not
don't
going to
paint
start
nobody.
believing that I'm not
It's what the
African
scripture
because
said.
I'm not going to say that there's a
It's what the
difference
Bible
between me
said. Now
and
it
anyone
ain't what
else
I
that's
painted up there.
African.
It's what God said.
I'm not going to follow the ideas of race based on a book named after a white man named
Okay,
King
brother.
James.
Okay, I respect that.
And my thing is,
You,
and my thing is, if you really an
respect it. You
Israelite,
ain't lean on your own understanding, brother. You ain't got to listen to me.
that's
Lean
what
to
I'm
your own
saying.
understanding. That's what you're doing, not God. Just do what
No,
you
no,
believe and feel what you believe. You don't have to believe in God
God
or
is
the
not
Bible.
only the God in the
You don't
Bible.
have to believe in His word.
I know God. I know the God that
So
predates
He's
that
not
book.
the only one. Okay, you know it all, brother. You have a good day. You know it all. I can
All
see
right,
that now,
I'm
young
gonna have a
brother.
great
You
day.
know everything.
All
All
right.
right, you have a good day. Bye.
Mm-hmm. All right. Whew. We had to decolonize the live. Man, goodness. Are y'all still here, or did y'all convert while I was? Did y'all convert? Some of y'all done became nuns while. Hey man, I was waiting for the Panther pause. Anybody send them through, so I was just like, I'm gonna let them talk. Somebody said
Well,
hallelujah. um,
well, you want
is
about the opposite, right? Isn't
Candor?
it the
Could you give us your
game?
age rate?
Isn't
Wait,
the
hold
game
on,
that
Matthew. Hold on. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns? Is Candor?
Yeah, so hi. So 26. I'm I guess white, although I'm also in the Middle East, so maybe there's some debate there. I don't know. I
Middle East
think
is
I'm white.
not a place, and it's not a
No?
race. So
All right. So
it's
white
West
then.
Asia.
West Asia.
All right.
And let's see. And then you said pronouns, so I guess it's he, him.
Okay, go ahead. Answer the questions for us.
Let's see. For the first one, is it racist to only date your race? No, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think people have preferences, and I don't think it's discriminatory.
Name one racial preference that is not racist.
I mean, if I would say African Americans want to marry other African Americans, I don't think that's racist, right?
Okay.
I mean,
But you
am I wrong?
said, yeah, no, I don't think that's wrong. I wouldn't say that's a preference, but I hear you.
African Americans are not native to
Hold on.
America.
Hold on, Matthias, you up here earlier, man. You gotta let somebody else talk, man. You up here drinking. All right, go ahead.
No worries. Let's see here. African Americans indigenous to America. Um, I thought that Native Americans were indigenous to America. I thought that was, I think so. I would think African Americans would not be, by that definition, I guess, indigenous to America if they weren't literally the first people to come here. But then again, I suppose you could also argue that if we all originated from Africa, then everybody would theoretically, the native people of the world would be African, right? So,
Well,
anyway,
that's a stretch. You don't gotta go back 100,000 years. I'd say 10,000 years will do it.
10,000. Okay.
10,000. Yeah, you go back 100,000 years, and it's like, we're talking about when Neanderthals were still on the planet. So, like, Jesus Christ.
And
That's a
I
good point.
think that these people here.
You don't know how to shut up. Go ahead, man.
No worries. Can black and white cultures fully coexist? Sadly, history would suggest that they can't, but I try to be optimistic. I don't know. It's just seeing strife and seeing innocent people getting hurt, and you see century upon century of it. It's just very sad. So I
So
mean,
you would say they
yeah,
can coexist. You say the two cultures can coexist.
like I said, studying history would lead me to suggest no, but I want to be wrong about that.
That's
So,
like saying, theoretically, I can jump to the moon. It's possible,
mm,
right? You've never seen it done, but
I mean,
theoretically, in theory, if I
yeah,
jumped hard enough, I could reach the moon, right?
yeah, that's got me there. That's a good point. Let's see. Is Black Jesus racist? No, I don't think so. I mean, I think, especially when we're talking about religion, I mean, it could be whatever you want it to be, right? I mean, who dictates religion? Who gets to dictate that? I think, if you want to worship a Black Jesus, go for it. Who's anyone to tell you not to, right? So that's just my attitude.
Okay. Okay. I'm not mad at what you said. I mean, it's some typical things. Um, yeah. Thanks for coming up,
Hey, no worries.
George.
Have a great day.
Yep, you too. George, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Hello, my age is 23.
And your race?
My race is white, very white. I
And
mean, I'm clear,
your and your pronouns?
My pronouns.
He, she, or they. Choose one.
Oh, in anywhere, in anywhere, in
Okay, so you want
anywhere.
to be called he?
Sorry. Yeah, don't problem, don't problem.
Okay. All right. And what would go ahead and answer the questions for us, top to bottom.
Oh, the questions. Is racist to only date? No, it's not racist. I mean, if you are white, you must be date with white women, because if you meet with black girls, you worse your race. I mean, you need to keep clear yourself. Don't don't play with monkeys. Can I cannot see the second question.
Yeah, I heard monkeys. I'm sorry, y'all. He had to go. Thank you for the Panther pause. Thank you for the Panther pause. It just shows that y'all know what's up. Because I just heard that word and he had to go. We not doing that. And my apologies to all of y'all for that. Even felt a little bit triggered off of that. That's not what we here to do. Thank you, Heather, for protecting the live. Everybody, please tap like as well. Tap like down there, man. Tap like. We ain't here to trigger y'all. We here to try to get some productive conversation going. Today has just been a little weird. It's been a weird day. Y'all come on my live all the time. Today's been a kind of like weird day. You know what I'm saying? It's been weird. Givey, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
My age, I am 42. I refer myself as a she.
All right. And your race?
Black.
All right. Go ahead and answer the questions for us. Yes, no. Give us a brief reason why.
I think it's just normal to date within your own race. It brings a lot of comfort in terms of you being you. And in any case, I think it's neither wrong or right to cross date. But I think if you date within your race, it just brings a lot of comfort. That's what I think.
What do you say about people that prefer to date outside their race? Did she go? What happened? She disappeared. She dropped? Oh man, she had a British accent. You know where that was headed. Hey, listen, man. Hey, British brothers and sisters, UK brothers and sisters. I'm gonna be honest. Y'all be off coat. Like y'all be on doing your own thing sometimes. I'll be honest. Sometimes I lose hope when I hear that accent and it's a brother or sister. I'll be like, uh oh, here come Meghan Markle.
Yo,
Um,
what's up, man?
Saint Coward, what's up? Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Age 21, race, uh, kind of mixed. I'm white, and my ethnicity is Jewish, Ashkenazi, and pronouns he, him. What's up, man? What's your age, race, and pronouns? So I get it right.
My age range is my early 30s. My race is black or African. And my pronouns are he, him. I prefer
Uh,
him.
Heather, Judaism is
I'm
actually
him.
an ethno religion.
That's how you answer
Feel
that.
free
Wait, hold
to
on, hold on, hold on. That's how you answer that. If you want to be
look
straight and you
that
want
up.
to troll a little
It's
bit
kind of strange.
to the brothers that come up here, just say I'm him. Like there you go. Now you got your little style points. You know what I'm saying? But you answered the question. There you go. I'm him. That's. I don't know why we got to come up here. Somebody came up here earlier and said I like vagina. Like, whoa, buddy, relax. We ain't ask you all that. But anyway, I digress. Go ahead, Saint Coward. Give us an answer to the questions. Yes, no, brief reason why, or whatever you want to say. Go ahead.
That's his pronouns. What?
Yeah.
Is it racist? Okay, I'm gonna run through these. I'll elaborate on them if you'd like. Is it racist to only date your race? I wouldn't say so. My thing is, to be quite frank, I've dated plenty of black girls. My thing is actually I preferred black girls, but my thing also is I can understand where people are coming from as far as a preference to who their significant other is going to be. So if as long as you give other people a chance and don't just base it solely off of race, I can understand. But I feel like you shouldn't be looking at the person's skin color if you feel like you could love that person. You know what I mean?
So first of all, I would have thought you were the biggest hypocrite in the world if you said that it was. You just gotta be careful because I believe it's your book that says we shouldn't be unequally yoked, right? Right, like Jews and Gentiles. I think that was like your whole thing, right? Like that was your
Oh, you're
big.
talking about it in the Torah. Well, I'm not religious Jew. I'm an
Oh,
ethnic Jew.
okay, okay, all right. Well, you said you were mixed, so if you're not subscribing to the ethnicity or the religion, that just makes you a white T man. Um, all right. So then, when it comes to what you said about having a preference for sisters, could you please elaborate on that? What is it about black women that gives you a preference?
Man, I'm not gonna lie, they are the sweetest things, man. So I had a buddy named Frederick. He was my best friend growing up, and his I don't know, I think it was his mom, and his mom was the sweetest woman to me. And yeah, she used to yell at me and she used to tear me up sometimes, but that was the sweetest woman. and I feel like that kind of influenced me when I was younger into getting into more so, how do I say, into like a circle of I don't know. I think it just heavily influenced me. She did.
So, what you
Don't ever
experienced
tell
with
him
one
that.
black woman, you project onto all black women, and you assume that they're all sweet and kind.
No.
So you've created your own little stereotype for black women.
No. Well, at any point did I say that I generalized that to all black women?
Well, then why did you say you have a preference for
Sweet,
black
sweet and
women?
kind is not a
Why
universal
didn't
trait
you
that's assigned to any particular race.
say that you had a preference for sweet and kind women?
When you asked me what I liked about her, I prefaced it with
No,
saying
I
sweet and
asked
kind.
you what gave you a preference for black women. You said because they're the sweetest things, they're sweet and kind, and I said interesting. You went ahead, elaborated, and told us because of some black woman that you met that was sweet and kind. And I said, well, what is that? In my head, I'm like, what does that have to do with black women? You could have said I have a preference for sweet and
Oh,
kind
oh,
women.
oh! You're talking about black women in general.
What
Is
other
that
kind of
is that
black
what you're talking
women
about?
would I be
General.
talking about? Sweet and kind black women?
Well, I thought you were asking specifically about the individual that I was referencing. I didn't know that you were referencing the entire race.
Well, you said you had a preference for black women. I'm asking you to qualify how that's what gave you that preference, how that
Hello.
became a preference. What is it about black women that you prefer? It's going to be really quiet for a long time.
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, I'm
Can you
in and
hear?
out real bad. I missed everything you said. Could you? Yeah, but it's kind of freezing on me.
Okay. So, what is the reason you have a preference for black women? What about black women gives you a preference for black women? What is one thing that black women have that you prefer?
The thing is it's not necessarily soul that attracts me to black women. It's character traits, right? But it's not. It's there's not something solely about a race that attracts me to them. Does that make sense?
So what is the character trait about what is the character trait of black women that attracts you to them?
Um, Generally outspoken. They're listen. I'm not a big confrontation guy, but my last girlfriend was very defensive, and if I'm getting something thrown at me or having a problem or something like that, she was always having my back 120%, man, and I loved her for it. It's just been my personal experience with the African American females that I've interacted with and been in relationships with that has influenced me and given me a good outlook on any other African American females that I might be interested in pursuing a relationship with.
So in your eyes, black women are confrontational and more willing to get loud and defend you. Do you feel safe around black women?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like
And
I said, I
so
think it had something to do with a very important role model with me growing up because like friend's mom was very protective of us, and I always appreciated her.
yeah. You were breaking up a little bit there. I think you're still breaking up. You're having a bad reception issue. Um,
Yeah, I'm
but
sorry, man.
I would just say,
Yeah, if need be, I can let somebody else take the stage. But yeah, I don't know how good the connections in is in here.
right. Well, I would say that black women are not a monolith. They're not all willing to protect you. In fact, they need protection more than any other citizens on earth. And I would say maybe not, you know, maybe not fetishize their blackness into a character trait that you seem to think is valuable, you know? Like their blackness
Fetishize?
has
And in
nothing
what way have I sexualized the character traits?
because you assume that their blackness makes them more inherent to being loud and aggressive. Basically, that's what you were saying, you know? And I would just
I never
say
used
that's
words
a
like and aggressive.
yeah, I know. You said things like she protects me and if someone's like, you know, coming at me, she'll stand up for me. But we all know that means she's more confrontational. Like you said confrontational. Um that those are aggressive words. So it's basically like you're saying you fall in love with the strong black woman stereotype.
No, so the word specifically that I used was as I am not a person that does well with confrontation. The women that I
Right.
have
And
dealt
so you're
with
saying black women do.
deal better in an aggressive, huh?
And so you're saying black women do better with confrontation, correct?
I'm saying the ones that I've experienced have done more well with confrontation. And I'm not saying being
So then
aggressive,
why didn't you
but
say
when
you
it
have a
comes to defending
preference?
another person,
Then why didn't you say you have a preference
because that's my
for?
personal experience, that's not across the board for all African Americans.
But why didn't you say you have a preference for confrontational women? Why did you say you have a preference for black women and then attach that characterization onto them?
As in all I like I said before, again, it is a personal experience that I've had with the African American females that I've been in a relationship with, right?
Ooh,
It's not meant
females.
to be attached
Oh,
to all African
females.
American females.
Not females. Not females. Not females. No, not
Well,
females.
I've never been in a relationship with a male,
Oh
so
no. Females is like the B word in our community. It was actually used when black women were being experimented on by some of the men in your community. Um, so, eesh, don't use that word to describe any
okay. Well,
woman.
how about women? Is that more preferable?
Absolutely. Um,
Okay.
goddess would be most preferable, but if you said that, I wouldn't believe you. So,
Okay. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I can agree on that one. I can do goddess.
yeah, no, 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 don't you fetishize no black woman on this live. Stop it. I said uh, I wouldn't suggest that you do that. You
You
know,
said
because
it, not
that's
me, man.
another thing. They either make us to be uh like gods among men, or they make us wolves among sheep. We're either vilified and looked at as a threat, or they put us on the highest pedestal and say they worship at our feet. And it's weird. We just ask to be human. That's it. That's all we need. She
Mm.
just wants to be a woman, bro. You know what I'm saying? I can call her goddess because I see myself in her. And when I love her, I love me. And I put myself up when I call her that. So I can love myself through a black woman. That's why it's not racist for me to date a black woman and prefer a black woman. But when you do it, you are not the same as us. So you're fetishizing her. You're putting her up in a way
So,
that doesn't put yourself up.
so you would recommend that I date within my race? Then that would be preferable.
I would recommend you date preferences that are not based on race, like saying I prefer black women, and instead saying I prefer confrontational, loud ass mommies that can protect me.
Hell yeah! All right, man. I can get behind that.
All right.
All right, brother. You have a good night, man. I
All
appreciate it.
right.
Thanks for educating me, dog.
Yep.
I had a hard
Peace.
time getting it, but I appreciate you, man.
All right. Thanks for coming up.
Have a beautiful.
Savvy, what's going on? Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
Hi
Wait,
guys.
hold on. Before you do that, shout out to all the black women, man. We love y'all. Thank y'all for sticking that out. I know that was rough. I know that was rough. I know that. I'm gonna give y'all another one, man. Sprinkle your black woman magic, the goddess magic, all over the live, please. Thank you, please. Bring us back, because I know that was rough. I didn't want. I know. I didn't know what to do. My wife is sitting here looking at me, giving me faces. She's like, oh. She giving me faces right now. You know what I'm saying? But I tried to guide him through that mess. I know the room was getting smaller as he was talking. With every word, the room got smaller and smaller. But anyway, we're gonna move on. Thank you, sisters. Savvy, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns?
32, white, female.
All right. Thank you. And go ahead and answer the questions for us. Yes or no, brief reason why.
Yeah, I missed the argument you had with him, but I do think.
We didn't have an argument.
Oh, okay. I missed the conversation.
Okay.
I do think it's racist to only date your race, but not in the prejudice sense, right? Because you are basing it on race, but not in the superiority way. Personally, I don't think there's anything wrong with someone only wanting to date their race. I don't think it means that your race is superior. It just means that's who you prefer to date.
All right, you confused me now. It's like, what? Hold on. You just confused me. What?
Okay. What?
I'm not
Oh,
saying you confused me as in I agree or disagree. I didn't even get that far. Like your sentence just said it's not racist to date within your race, and then you said it was. Like you just said yes, and then you ended it with no. Are you like, where'd you go?
so
I'm confused.
can you hear me?
Yes or no to the first question?
Yes, I think it is racist.
Okay, so you think it is racist, but then you also said it wasn't racist.
No, it is 100% racist, but when you look up the definition of racist,
You just
it's
you just
being,
said no.
it is racist.
Okay, so it is racist.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what you're saying. It's racist.
Yes.
Okay.
However, when you look up the definition of racism, it's to show discrimination against someone based on their race because of, and there's three reasons. It can be purely because you prefer that race, or it can be discriminatory based on a prejudice, right? So you think that they're inferior, and that's why you don't prefer it. I guess my point is it is racist, but not in a bad way when it comes to who you want to marry.
Okay, so your answer to this is it is racist, but not all racism is bad.
Correct.
Interesting.
Yep, that's exactly right.
I would say I see why you think that, and I would say if you only date within your own race, it is racist in a bad way, but it's not bad for us. It's bad for you, but I think all racism is more bad for you than it is for other races. So
Oh. Okay, I thought you meant like because I'm a woman. I was like, oh, damn.
no,
Oh, you
no.
mean because I'm white? So if I said I wouldn't date outside my race, then that would be bad racism. But if you said you don't want to date outside your race, it wouldn't because you're black?
Yeah.
Damn. I disagree, but I am very intrigued. Why?
You know, one thing
Why do
about
you guys have?
Europeans is they believe in like oneness, like that's a cultural like thing for Europeans and their descendants. So they think what is right for one and what's wrong for one needs to be right and wrong for all. That's why they colonized people with religion and told them what I believe is right and wrong is what you now have to believe is right and wrong, or we'll unalive you. Become Christian today. Like that was their whole thing. So I know it's hard to understand
No, it's
nuance,
not.
but
It's not. It's
when it
not.
comes to race, there are certain things that are right and wrong for me. Certain things are it's flipped for you. For example, if a man is in the desert and he's dying of thirst, ice cold glass of water might help him. However, if someone is freezing in a lake of hypothermia, that same glass of water could unalive him. So sometimes in different scenarios, right and wrong are subjective.
Okay.
But
So, but would you,
or relative
but
rather than
would you
subjective.
say I am entitled to my opinion and knowing that I disagree with
What is
you?
the well? No, everyone's entitled to an opinion, but you're not also entitled to tell me how racism is harmful as somebody that you know is part of the oppressive class when it comes to race. I would say,
I don't
in your
disagree.
opinion,
I don't
what is the
disagree.
what is based off your studies on race? Since you whipped out the dictionary, what is the core reason why racism exists? What, not political reason, but on a human level, why does racism exist? Because if all governments left today, if we all had money right now, if everything was free in the world, racism would still exist. Don't think about yourself. Think
So,
about your great great grandfather or your grandfather that's still alive or your uncles. Think about all the men in your family. Would they still be racist if everything in the world was free right now? If they can go get a Lamborghini for free, like would they still be racist?
so you're
You know
kind
what
of,
I'm saying?
I don't, because you're all over the place. So I'm going to speak in general terms because my ancestors are Mexican. So I don't know that it would be the same. But since I am only a
They
quarter,
racist too,
okay.
and Mexicans a nationality.
So since I'm only a quarter Mexican and I don't speak Spanish,
There's no such thing as a quarter Mexican.
okay, so I have a full-blooded Mexican grandfather, so that would give me some Mexican blood.
There's no such thing as Mexican blood.
So my point being, yes, my grandfather is absolutely racist, and I'm never going to change him. But to say that money would be taken away, ultimately we would still get back to the slavery mentality because everything is about money. Money is the root of all evil. The reason that people were okay with enslaving someone that they believe was made by God in their image and still chooses to sell them, you can't have slavery without money because you're selling someone against their wishes. And maybe it's,
Why are we talking about slavery?
I don't know, you brought it up. You asked me if
No, I
slavery, yeah,
didn't.
you did.
I said,
You
what is
asked
the
if
core
slavery,
reason?
yeah,
What in people? What
money,
in people that created racism? What is the reason?
money.
No, that's close though. You're close.
Okay, what?
So I just said, and that's why I said what I said. If everything was free right now, if everything was free, you could go to Walmart and get anything you want. Racism would still exist. Why is that? I took money out of the equation. Without capitalism, there is still racism. What is it that creates racism among Europeans and their descendants?
So I don't know. When you speak specific
All right.
Europeans, it's a little difficult for me because Europeans are not the only people that owned slaves. And we're also in this hypothetical where we're saying that money doesn't exist. And so I don't have the answer, but I'm interested to hear why you think slavery would still exist if we abolished any kind of monetary gain.
Europeans invented race as a caste system of oppression. So when I mention Europeans, I'm talking about their reasons why there's racism. I understand that the Arab slave trade was a thing. However, just because they called it a slave trade does not mean it was the same thing as what the Europeans did to the Africans.
Reflect,
The Arab
it
slave
would
trade,
still
people
exist.
could people could inherit land from their parents. Their children were not born into slavery.
You're talking
And
about money. I'm asking you to answer the question you have for me
no,
because
I
I
know,
don't
but
know the
I
answer.
had to dispel that bullshit you just said because you're on a live full of black people, and I just had to clear that up because I'm just cleaning up behind you right now. I didn't even get to my point yet.
I know.
So
I don't
the
think you've cleared up anything, and that might be a me problem. So I'll just
it
go, and
is.
I hope you have a great night, Brother Legend.
I hope you have a night. a long, long night. But anyway, it is racist when the Thin Lipians decide to date within their own race because they do it for what Dr. what Cress Welsing calls whitey genetic survival. They are afraid of a world that does not look like them someday. And they know that if they date outside their race, they cannot procreate whitey people. When Thin Lipians mate with people outside of the Thin Lipian community, the children don't become like them. And they are afraid of that because they can be uh, no more with just one generation. That is how recessive genes work. Y'all can look it up, but yeah, that's a thing. So that fear is the reason why racism would still exist if money didn't. It's not that hypothetical to understand.
Now, why you didn't let me come play? I want to
Dang,
play.
I didn't see you trying to come up, man.
You know
I
what's
mean,
interesting about
she ran off. She
the
ran off
first
fast, man. I definitely needed you up here.
that
What's
man
going
was
on?
that man was who I really wanted to talk to, because it's interesting that he would what he did was he associated someone that was a protector and someone that cared about him with like woven that into a woman, a black woman particularly, as if we don't have enough work to already do. He literally made us his mule, his work mule, his shield. And then in the same breath, he turned around and he spoke in regards to us being females, as if our bodies weren't used as clearly lab testing in anything or any form that helped with YT women's reproductive. It's amazing how they see us as these tools. They don't see us as people. They literally see us as tools that utilize and like literally use and protect them. That's amazing.
Right.
Objects.
Dang. Right. I wish you had come up here, sister, because only your sister could have broke it down like that for real. Dang. All right. So now I just learned a lesson, y'all. Next time one of them marshmallow men come up here talking that preference crap, I'm gonna have a sister up here. Hopefully, I didn't see you. I didn't see you in the line. They usually pop up and show your face or something. They didn't do it this time.
Yeah, I was late. I
Yeah.
was late.
All right. That's cool. Thanks for joining me. Maya, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns? She ran away. All right. Living with Lilac. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
I am 44 years old. I'm a she, her, and age, race, black. ADOS, American descendant of slaves. And very annoyed that every time people want to have a conversation about racism, they bring up slavery. That is a joke. And that is how they deflect. Oh, it was so long ago. You're not a slave anymore. You know how Malcolm X said, just because somebody didn't put the knife in your back a certain amount of inches, it don't change the fact that you still got that knife in your back. Look, people
Mm-hmm.
are getting denied housing today, every day of their lives. They are getting, and they are credit worthy people. People are being called N words, and sometimes I go to the store and somebody accuse me of stealing milk. Why I got to steal milk for? Baby, I can buy milk.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But my mother was born in 1947. My father was born in 1950. Um, they grew up in the segregated South, and
Mm-hmm.
they always want to skip past Jim Crow, like Jim Crow didn't happen. What do you mean racism? You're not a slave anymore. What? Oh, you thought that what was happening back in the 50s and the 60s and even the 70s and shoot the 80s. I was there for the 80s. You know what I'm saying? You thought that was cute? I remember going to school and we would all stand up in line to get pictures taken, and
Mm-hmm.
the white photographers would come and they would only touch the white children. They wouldn't touch
Mm.
the black children. So I
Wow.
remember like the next day I want to be pretty and maybe something's wrong with me and like so I had my hair done, I'd have ribbons and everything, and the white women would not touch the black children. I remember when you would go to the hospital. This is how old I am. You go to the hospital, and if you had busted your lip or you got a cut on your head or something happened, that they would just slap it together and they wouldn't take the time to really sew it nicely on your face or
Mm.
anything like they did with the white children. And I remember my mother crying, and I had cut my lip off doing something silly at the house with my
Wow.
brothers and sisters. And she said, and she had to tell, don't mutilate my child, because there are
Wow.
so many black people right now where a doctor say, "Oh, it's just a black child," and they would just slap them together and they didn't care. And my mother, she said, "Get a plastic surgeon," and they'd be like, "We don't get the plastic surgeons for y'all," And she'd say, "No, you got to get a plastic surgeon. Her lip is cut off." And I'd say, "Well, why don't you just go ahead and put it back on?" You know what I'm saying? And I'm a little kid, and she's like, "No, no, you are going to get a plastic surgeon for her." And I remember her looking that person that doctor in his face and saying, "Don't you mutilate my child." And that is because she was born in 1947 and she didn't see enough people get mutilated by doctors who didn't care nothing about them and just said, "Here, we're going to put a stitch here, a stitch there, get out of my face." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's racism. I'm so tired of people thinking that racism is just slavery. It's just there's
Yeah.
so many avenues, so many places that you walk in, and I've walked into jobs, and I'd be like, I hope they like black people. I hope they like black women. I hope they're gonna like me. I hope they're not gonna be cruel to me. I had a job where I was a boss once, and they used to call me the baby mama, and they used to make jokes and call me baby mama. And at some point, I had to tell them, look, I am your boss. You don't get to call me
Mm.
baby mama. I don't care how, every time the phone rings, they'd say, it's your baby daddy.
Mm.
Racism. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
racism. And
So
you the
don't,
boss.
yeah, I could fire you. And I
That's
don't,
crazy.
I don't want to fire you. I don't want to ruin your life. I don't want to ruin your family. And I tell people this all the time, and I'm about to get off because I got to cook dinner. I tell people
Hmm.
all the time. Sometimes I got called a welfare queen when people get mad at me. Food stamps, all kinds of stuff. They just say anything.
Hmm.
A monkey, all kinds of stuff. And and
Mm.
this look, we ain't in slavery times. You know what I'm saying? These are things that I have had to experience as a child and an adult. I don't even cry about the child stuff because children are children. But as an adult, you know. But I say this: white men ever when they say to me something about oh, you guys have all of the crime and the 50% and this and that and whatever, I say, listen, do you know how many black women are going to put little white girls to bed tonight because they are foster parents?
Mm.
And if something bad happens and you can't find your little white girl, you better hope that she comes into the arms of a black woman. You better
Mm.
hope that she comes to me. Yeah, you want to sit here and act like I'm the one that's just crime ridden. But you better
Hmm.
hope that she comes into my arms, because you know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and help you and help her and make her feel better and all the others. A mule, basically a mule.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just wanted to say that it was inside of me, and I had to get it out. So,
Well, thanks for sharing, sister.
all right, y'all have a
Appreciate
I
you.
want to say this, brother
All
legend.
right.
Have
Go
you ever
ahead.
thought about this? My brother said this. Can you hear me? I think I got bad signal.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. We
Hello?
hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. He said when we have these conversations, just remember that we were enslaved longer than we've been free.
In America.
We ain't free now.
I would say that too. In America, though. Please say in America, because the more you know your history, the more we know we've been freer than all these people. But in America, definitely.
You know.
In America and abroad, wherever the West, in the West. But other than that, we've been free longer than all these people. But yeah, absolutely. We taught these people what freedom was. They didn't know how to walk upright and wash their ass. All
Yo,
right.
yo, man. Hi.
Just a minute, Hector. We go in order here. Lucy, could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please?
Yes, I'm 44. I'm white, female, and I'm from the South, close to New Orleans.
Lucy,
Okay.
excuse me, Lucy. You are a beautiful girl. I'm not speak English.
All right. I don't know why he's talking. Go ahead,
I don't
Lucy.
know either.
You want to answer yes, no to the questions and give us a brief reason why?
Sure. So you want me to answer all four right quick?
Yeah, yes, no, brief reason why.
Okay. All right. So I don't think that it's racist to only date your race. The reason why is because, well, I haven't met anybody outside of my race that I'm like a super white person, if that makes sense. Like,
It doesn't.
okay, so let me, okay, I'm a stereotypical white person. Does that make sense?
Mm, mm,
Like if you and I
mm.
met, we probably wouldn't have very much in common. Does that
That
make
was
sense?
that was that was very typically white what you just said there, because you don't know
Yeah.
shit about me.
No, I
So
don't.
you definitely just showed it right there. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
You're
I'm
so
just gonna
what
be,
you mean by stereotypically is racist. I get it.
yes. And I
All right.
also know that, okay, I also know that one, white people will never understand racism. We don't go through it. I don't, when I walk down the street, I don't, if I look at someone, they're not going to look at the ground. I know that still goes on to this day. I, so that's a big problem with when white people come on here or the questions they don't understand. I'm never going to say that I can even begin to understand what y'all go through.
Um, I
So
think part of the problem is that white people don't want to understand.
that is the truth. They've never sat down with someone and had a conversation and just sat there and listened.
Hmm.
Okay, so
I don't think they have to listen to anyone else. They just need to look objectively at themselves.
okay, let's say if you're a white person who's not around black people or people of color, so you don't,
That's the best place to learn about racism, away
right?
from people of color.
Huh?
Nowhere near people of color. Like people of color is just a whole problematic term anyway, but we're going to use your words.
Okay.
So nowhere near people of color is the
Well, I'm
best
just
place
saying
to learn about
that's what
racism.
people um that's what people in my area prefer to be called. So that's why I'm using those terms.
I doubt that, but I think it's also it
Okay, well,
makes
I'm just
sense why
telling you
you
my
would think that.
okay, so or I do think that African American people, there could possibly be some that, or well, they wouldn't be African American, but they could be indigenous to America. I do live near a tribe, well, a couple of different tribes.
A surprising amount of those that carry thin lips believe that, and I think that's part of why it's problematic within our own community. I bring that up, but I'll talk about that another time. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, and so can black and white cultures fully exist? Um I don't think so. I think I know how you said that white people, we want all this like this hippie stuff where we do want to coexist. Um, I just don't think we one, like I said, I could never fully understand your culture. I don't think anybody, unless you're in that culture, could fully understand someone's culture.
It doesn't have
Unless
anything to do
you
with understanding, it's respecting. That's the problem in this conversation.
Oh, well, no, I'm not saying I wouldn't respect someone's culture. I'm saying I could never, just like with the Native Americans I live near, I wasn't raised, I'm not Native American. I wasn't raised in their ways. So I'm not gonna, you know, you can uh, you can read books, you can speak to people, but you'll never fully understand unless you've been in their shoes.
I disagree. I have empathy and understanding for anyone that walks this earth because they're humans and I value human life. It's a level of respect and boundaries that YT people particularly have never had to understand, nor do they care to. And that's the problem. You see, you're okay with me conforming to your world. You're not okay with conforming or allowing me to be who I am in your world. That's the
No,
problem that we're seeing,
well,
even in the midst of that conversation.
no, why are you saying that about me? Like that's just like me saying that. Okay, yeah, I misstepped when I had said that. Like I probably would not have anything in common with the I don't know his name. Brother is all I see on the screen.
Brother
So it's
Legend.
like
Just
we
call
don't.
me
Okay,
Legend.
all right, Legend. We don't know each other personally, so we don't know what we have in common. But no, I have empathy for people and I respect people. But that's why I'm saying I don't. I know how I was raised, and I do my best to try to understand. Like I'm on here watching this, being educated, so that I can unlearn some of the things that's been in passed down generation to generation to generation. Because I don't want to be um, racist, and there are things that are in me. Um, that I don't even realize. Like when I first spoke, like me saying that he and I would probably not have anything in common. Do you understand that? We need to be educated, but a lot of us don't take the time to open our ears and listen to what you have to say. Does that make sense?
But okay, so this is the thing. I don't think, like brother said, you should ever be in proximity to any level of minorities when you already feel that way. You only gonna listen to the people that you look like anyway. So if you're truly trying to unlearn something,
Wait, what do you
uh,
mean?
what do you mean?
I mean, like,
Do you feel like
You
minorities
keep
should be the
saying
one
that
that?
you're racist and you have racist biases and you're admitting that. And you know
yes.
what? As far as the low bar that has been set for white people where they just have to be a little bit objective, you have done that. So, finger snap, one half of a silent finger snap for you. But when we talk to you like you're on that level, you get defensive. So it's like, you keep
Okay, I
saying
see
you
what
have
you
racial
mean.
biases, then we talk to you like
Right.
you have racial biases, and then you're like, and it's like,
Okay, I get you. I get
just
you.
cognitive
Well,
dissonance. You got
I
it.
guess it makes me right. I guess it makes me get a little defensive because we don't want to think that that's how we think.
That's the
Look,
problem.
I know, and I'm just being 100% honest. And like I said, I wanted to come on here for people to be able to say things and like to have a back and forth conversation. So maybe because I would like better understanding, and I would hope that some people that are on this forum that maybe are white, that don't understand why they don't understand. I also think you had said what um if you took money out of the equation, one of the biggest forms of why there is racism, it has to do with envy. It's somebody wants what somebody else has.
That was very telling what you just did there. That is
Yeah.
interesting. I did not
Yes.
say envy, but
No, I
that
said envy.
is how
You took money out of the
that is
equation.
crazy. That is crazy what you just said. You gave away the secret sauce. That's crazy. But no, that's not exactly what I just said. But that is how they see it. That is
Yes.
interesting. That's a
They're
very you just gave us a first
yeah.
person point of view.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
That's hilarious.
it's the
No,
truth.
that's not
Yeah,
what I said though.
yeah, I
But that's not
know.
what I said. From an objective point of view, from an objective point of it is envy, but from an objective point of view, it is fear of a world that doesn't look
Yeah,
like you anymore.
that was going to be
And
my not being in control. And the thing is, what
Yeah.
people are not realizing is that slavery is still going on today. And the thing that people don't realize, that I see with my own eyes in my own community, is that people are still slaves.
In your community?
I mean, in general. Well, what I'm saying is in my community. I'm saying, um, um, people, let's say, black people. I know that some of you in a small town, you're probably not making the same amount that a white person would if they went in and got the same job. I know that
How do you know that?
because because I've grown up in a small town and I'm white and I know how people are. I know how racist people are. I know how people. Uh, that's what I'm saying. If you wanted that point of view, of the honest point of view of what I've seen growing up, I'm here to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Is it okay if I
Okay.
ask Lucy a question?
Who's
And
that
I
talking?
and I do not and I do not I'm not speaking for all white people or all Southern people. I'm speaking for myself and what I've seen with my own eyes.
Believe it or not, in this life, you do speak for all white people.
Oh,
Who's talking?
okay.
It's in D.
I think
It's in
D.
D. Yeah, in D.
Wait, I can't hear.
I can't hear him either.
Age, race, and pronouns, please.
Hi, I'm 29. Uh, race, I'm black. Pronoun, I'm she, her.
Okay, thank you. And go ahead and let us know what's on your mind.
I wanted to ask Lucy a question. Um, Legend was saying that it's important that um, maybe white people learn more about race outside of the context of black people having to tell them what's going around or what their first-hand experiences about racism. So I would ask you, Lucy, in your community with the people you do life with, when conversations come up or maybe side conversations come up or someone says something offhand, um, how do you feel about asking that person in your life questions about that or going into discussions and asking, oh, why do you think that? Why do you
Well,
think
I
that is?
already
Do you
know.
ever feel comfortable doing that?
Well, I already know why they think that, because they're racist. Because because from the beginning of birth, um, that's how you're taught, and that's just the truth. It's when you live in the South and you're white, also, you're just taught to be racist. That's the truth.
But you're saying that, well, I believe you're saying that you're learning a lot about racism and trying to choose a different way of thinking. So that's why I believe from what you've sort of the little I've heard you say. So I would in turn believe that someone who is doing that work on themselves
Right.
would get into conversations with the people they love that they do life with when situations like that come up. You know, when someone shares a particular opinion, it could be about a coworker or, you know, someone who was driving next to them, or they came home and they're like, oh, you know, this happened. And
Yeah.
do you ever feel
I
comfortable challenging that?
yes, but most of the time I don't even like, I don't agree with it. I don't entertain it, and I don't think it's my journey that I'm on, because a lot of people that are racist, um, it's like they don't know. It's like they almost like they don't know they're racist. They won't accept it. How about that? They won't accept that they're racist. They won't accept it. So in their mind, they're not being racist. And that's the truth.
So you don't feel comfortable even addressing that with them?
No, I
Like,
have
because
I have
I'm not
addressed
talking
it.
about
I'm just
strangers. I'm just talking about people you do life with, like you're at a
yeah. Well, I know
barbecue,
why they
stuff like
say
that.
the things
Yeah.
they say. Yeah.
Mm, I hear that. Oh, can I answer the questions that listed at the top of the screen now?
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So is it racist to only date your race? I don't know. I would say it's not racist to only date your race. I'd say it depends on the intent. So like myself, I am black, born in Nigeria, brought up in the United Kingdom. Um, I definitely have more of an affinity for people who do look like me, specifically people who don't just look like me, but people who are Nigerian or people who come from even people who come from or share the same mother tongue that I speak or my mom speaks, just because it's sort of like going abroad on holiday and coming back home. That's the feeling I'd akin it to. Maybe that's why, especially living here in the UK. But and I wouldn't think of myself as being racist for having that, affinity for people who are. I wouldn't say it's not even that they all like me, because that would be ridiculous. Not all Nigerian people are like me. Not all African people are like me even. Like, we're not a monolith. But I think it's to do with cultural ways of understanding things, probably, especially when I live in England, where you are pretty much the minority. So from that perspective, I wouldn't consider myself racist for dating only my own race. Although I do date other race, but if I were to date only my own race, I wouldn't consider myself racist. So therefore, I wouldn't consider anyone. I think it's really about the intent and where it's coming from. So the next question is, are African American indigenous to America? Oh, African American. Um, I would say from like documentaries that I've watched, and other African American people that I've befriended here in the UK, I'm aware that there are a lot of through the slave trade, there are a lot of black people who were imported from Africa to America, who created relationships with the um, in the American Indian indigenous people, and based on the way race is made up in America, the one drop rule. So from that basis, I would say it is possible. I think it's possible for African Americans to be indigenous to America, like because of that, I guess. Yeah, that's the way
No.
because that's the only
Well, I
information I
mean,
have.
yeah, I
Yeah.
know that. I feel like you're going off the information you have. So,
Okay.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be mad at you for skipping that question. But all right,
Yeah, and
we're
black.
African. African
Huh?
Americans are African, just like you.
Yes.
We're just,
Yes. Yes.
yeah.
Yes. I agree.
Don't
Yes.
take that from us.
No, never, 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 never.
Because
It's
that's what
just
they
based
want.
on the
They want us.
conversation.
I would just
Uh
say
huh.
this: the reason it's problematic is because people like Lucy want us to identify more with the plantation than our homeland.
Mhm.
Because they've been
Mhm.
since we got here. The reason I know English is not because my ancestors wanted to come to America and learn a tongue that the Queen spoke. Like, no,
Mhm.
we
Mhm.
were
Mhm.
forced to learn English. You understand? So we're
Yeah.
Africans that were
Yeah.
forced, and so they've been disconnecting us from our customs, our culture. They've
Mhm.
disconnected us
Mhm.
from
Mhm.
our
Mhm.
tribe, our identity. They called us a
Yes.
color. They called us black because they didn't want to call us
Doesn't.
African. And
I
so
agree.
now,
Yeah.
now they've told us that we're the indigenous Americans and we're American and that
Are
we
they?
should fight for America. Yeah. So now that's where it becomes problematic. It's furthering our genocide. We need to reconnect with our African roots.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, in what context do you mean? Are you saying because of the term African American that they're trying to make you feel indigenous to America, or?
No, what I'm saying is, ever since we were brought to this land, the number
Mhm.
one goal of the colonizers, the enslavers, was to uh, disconnect us from all Africanness. Marcus Garvey
Right.
said, "A people that don't know, that don't have knowledge of their history, is like a tree with no roots." You
Mhm.
understand?
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
it's like
Mhm.
we're saying, you can't enslave somebody. You can't tell someone they're inferior if they know they come from the richest land, have the richest
Yes.
history of all people on
Yes,
earth.
that's true.
You see what I'm saying? You
Yes.
can't put those
Yes.
people down. So what do you have to do? You have to tell them that they're black. You have to take away their continental identity, and that's
Mhm.
why the
Mhm.
term
Mhm.
African American is so powerful. I prefer the term American African, but
Mhm.
the
Mhm.
reason it's
Mhm.
powerful is because it once again reconnects us to our continent, reconnects us back to what was stolen from us, and it also
Mhm. Mhm.
can help us relearn our culture. That's what these colors behind me mean. The
Mhm.
the land, the history, and the culture of our people.
Mhm.
It's reconnecting us from what was taken from us. And so we further our own genocide when we say that we are indigenous to America, like we just spawned out of the ground here in America and we're not from the continent of Africa. The reason that many black people believe this is because no one wants to be part of the losing team. And it's easier to just say, you know what? I'm this. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm Native American. Dr. Joy DeGroy talks about this in the book Post Traumatic Slave Syndrome,
Mm.
where a part of our multi generational trauma from slavery is that a lot of us have an aversion to identifying with our own group. It's a thing.
Mm. I mean, like when as you were talking, I was thinking about. Mhm.
Continue.
As you were talking, I was thinking about in Nigeria, history is not something that's completely taught. I think they do it. I think number one is probably it's most likely systemic. Number two, um, like my uncle who's about 76 now, and he was in the Biafran War. That was just after the Nigerian independence from the British colonialism. So like he's very much still very alive, and he can't even bear to even talk about history. So it's sort of like a scab nobody wants to pick at, and that probably affects the education of um, Nigerians who live in Nigeria, understanding why things are the way they are. So it's definitely systemic there too. And the question, can black and white cultures fully coexist? Um, mm, I don't know. I would say I don't know because I live here in England and I've never lived for any long period of time outside of London, which is more multicultural. And even where I live now, I'd have to probably travel a good hour and a half to find ethnic food. And I think they find it difficult. There is one study I'll mention. It's about how many people does it take before people begin to disagree and divide amongst themselves. And I can't remember the research right now, and I'll probably Google it later and put it in the chat. And that it comes up to about once you get 100 groups of people, people begin to separate or find reasons why they need to converge, basically. And I think instinctively for some reason we just as human beings once the population gets to a certain amount we just have to disagree, talk less of having difference in phenotype when it's something like hue in color, and the history of what's come, which is slavery, colonialism, and everything else, and colorism. So I would say it's hard for I think it's really hard to think that we can fully coexist because of the refusal to actually accept accept the truth about history as it is, not as we want to believe that it is, and then to actually stop spreading hate. Because it seems like every single generation, I know, like I've got nieces and nephews who are right now like 8, and I know they're experiencing what I experienced when I was little, and they're the little white kids who are saying those very same racist things that I heard when I was little. So there'll just be a concurrent, it's just going to continue. So I would say no. I would say no to that question. And
Okay.
is Jesus racist? Is Black Jesus racist? Um, I don't know. Is Jesus black? I don't know. I don't think Jesus is black. I think Jesus is Hebrew, or Hebrew is not,
Hebrew.
Hebrew is a language. It's not an ethnicity. I know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh, Not black from the. When I think of black, I think of people who are indigenous to Africa. That's what I think of when I think of black. So I wouldn't, I don't consider Jesus to be racial makeup to
His
be black.
people were his people were indigenous to Africa, though. I
Who?
mean,
These people.
yeah.
Yes, yes, there are tribes within the Jewish
I'm
makeup
not
that
talking about
are.
Igbo. I'm
Uh,
talking about his people, as in Moses was born in Africa.
yes, no,
So
I understand what you mean. There are tribes of the Jews who are complex, black skinned. I don't know. Because I've never seen a picture of Jesus, right? So I
You
can't say
you
that
keep
he's black.
saying Jewish. Jewish is a religion. It is not a race. So
Okay.
that's where you're getting
What's the right
conflated.
term?
What do you
What would you
mean,
say is the
Jewish?
right? I mean,
So when
so
you talk about with
what?
black, we're talking more.
Hmm.
We are indigenous to Africa, but we also have phenotypes, um, different things that are related to us. So you definitely Jesus is. You could say he's black. You could say whatever you want, but if you're saying if it's indigenous to Africa, he is indigenous to Africa. If that's what your basis on black is. So you're kind of contradicting yourself because you keep throwing Hebrew and Jewish in there, and those are religions and
Mm,
languages.
that's true.
hmm
I think I probably have to maybe educate myself more on the history of Jesus' life in terms of his geography. Because I know Nazareth is mentioned a lot in the Bible, and I don't think Nazareth is in Africa. So that's where my mind's put. But I probably need to do more studying around that.
Neither is
Um,
America, but I'm still African. The
You
Middle
said
East was an African colony before it got Arabized. But we could talk
mhm.
True
about that
indeed.
another time.
Was
What I
there an
wanted
order
to
too,
say,
brother? I didn't want to cut anybody off. I was just trying to see was it an order here?
Yes, brother. There was a order. There's one more person before you.
No
Thank you,
problem.
Indy.
Okay, thank you for letting me speak.
Yep. And honey, what's going on, sister?
oh, nothing much. Grand Rising, Grand Rising. It's good to see you and talk to you again. It's always a
Absolutely.
pleasure to listen. I listen more to your lives just because I like to learn and to
Mm.
confirm and to contribute. Um,
Wow. Thank you.
and it's always a blessing and a privilege. But I wanted to
Well,
start
I
with
appreciate you.
the first question: is it racist to date only within your race? Um, I have to say, and I might get pushback. It depends on the race that you're in, um, because we know a lot of context to dating only within your race for certain racial groups is to maintain a sense of superiority. Um, it's a way to make sure that nothing else is mixed in with their race. So, and
Wait, hold
it's
on, hold
done
on,
for.
hold on, hold on. I don't mean to stop you, but she won the question. She won the first question. She won. She won. That was literally the reason I put it up there because I knew it was going to stump people because certain people couldn't tell the difference between there's nuance to this first question. There's some for some people it is racist. For other people it's not. Thank you, sister, for bringing that out.
Okay. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. And I can understand how some people don't constantly grasp because
To be black and to be African American, we are since we're children, we are taught to see the big picture, not just the little writing. So we see the whole picture and we see what's really going on and nuance to it. Um, and again, it's all about superiority because we come from a culture of uh, being communal. We are about accepting, and other races are about othering and separating and conquering and taking and consuming. So it's different because different racial groups have different perspectives and sense of worth or idea of hierarchy. So yeah, with that again, like I said, pushback, that's fine because we know Smittler was a perfect example of dating only your race, right? He didn't do it because he was trying to be anything other than superior or trying to create something superior as a way of pushing down on a different race. But
Hmm.
when other people date outside their race, say like one of us, if it's genuine and it's to the person, it's just genuine to the person. It's not based on, it's because they want to date their race or anything like that. Although we do have those, we can't deny we have those. But all races do. But like I said, it's about which race you're in. So, second question: Are African Americans indigenous to America? So let's be for real. I think the big confusion is there are Africans who were here in America prior to slavery, but that doesn't mean they were started here. That means they journeyed here. So people have this misperception that we were the only race that never got in boats and traveled across the different continents, which is not true. We did have boats. We did have boats that did reach over here and did some trading and things like that. But we are not indigenous to America. We just came over prior to slavery. But the only picture they want to paint is that we came strictly just from slavery, and it wasn't. Also, there were a number of indigenous people who had mixed with those traders who came prior to slavery. And so they would have darker African phenotypes within their tribes, and they assimilated into those tribes. And so that's why they think that, oh, well, black people, see, y'all have black people too, our phenotypes, but they came over prior to slavery, so you don't identify. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And I
I
think that's
mean, my
the
thing was,
issue is
mm-hmm. Go ahead.
was
Go ahead, sister.
again, we came over here, even if it wasn't we came over from our own continent. We went into other European continents and and sailed over here with them and mixed in and were part of it. So those who had those phenotypes that were a lot of times in the indigenous tribes, when they came with the racial hierarchy, uh, some of the indigenous cultures don't want to admit that when it came time to separate, they booted them out. I mean, it's just like how they erased the African Americans who have been a part of their tribes for centuries. And now they're not considered African American, they're not considered indigenous just because they're mixed. Other races can be the same thing, but they can be considered indigenous. But if you black and indigenous, no, you're not a part of them, and they want to boot you out.
Yeah, because my thing is, to be honest, you could be, appreciate you. You could be an African American that practices indigenous cultures and tradition. However, indigenous is its own thing. Indigenous means that you are part of the people that first came to America.
Right,
So it's how can you be an African American and indigenous? If you're indigenous, you're indigenous. How are you an African American? Like indigenous means you're not from another land. It means you're from this land. So how can you
right.
be African American from another land and from this land? That means you're not from this land. That means you have outside blood in you. Like you're not from here. So to me, that's like, kind of where
I
they
take it
lose
from
me.
the perspective like say you have somebody who's Irish, right? And then they mixed with an indigenous person here, and their children are considered white and indigenous. You see what I'm saying? They will,
Their children are not considered white because
but they
whiteness is the
claim,
absence. Whiteness is the absence of all other races. That's why they call us
right,
people of color,
right.
because they're the people without color. So
But I'm
people
talking
without
about
color can't have color and still be people without color.
right.
So
We know that, but what you'll see is the ones who are YT, who uh who are living within the indigenous tribes and whose families have mixed, they will still say they'll say they're YT, and then when you get into the conversation, well, I'm indigenous, and then indigenous tribes tend to actually accept them more. You see what I'm saying?
um depends on who you're asking. I've seen indigenous people reject them. But
Right.
a
But
lot of
I'm just speaking
indigenous
to those
people
are
have
those who
mixed.
are. Yeah, they've mixed. But what I'm saying is,
Mm-hmm.
we know once you are of color, you are that person of color, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there are those who think because they mixed with indigenous, um, that they are now also indigenous too, but they're not.
Right.
But they are those who are not black. They are not accepted as into the tribe as those who are who are white. White are accepted all the time and
Mm.
passed all the time, and they throw it up when they want to go into claiming land and
Oh, I
claiming
see what you're saying.
birthrights, and you see what I'm saying? And then
Uh-huh.
indigenous people tend to embrace them way more than they do anyone that is of color. You see what I'm saying? Because I've seen them say it, like they'll even say, "Well, no,
The
we
other
have different
problematic
type of melatonin."
Yeah, and the other problematic thing too is that black people only started to claim that they were indigenous when it benefited them.
Exactly.
Even during
That's
slavery,
what I meant.
they would run to indigenous territory because then they'd be considered freedmen, and it's a whole thing. So indigenous people look at
Right.
that and they look at it like you guys just want to be indigenous because it's so hard being black that you will run to anything else. And that's what the Hebrew
Exactly.
Israelites. That's how I feel about all of that stuff.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. I think we're saying the same thing. And I meant to say that because YT tend to do the same thing. They're only indigenous when it's beneficial to them. So they can call
Right.
themselves people of color. So they can call themselves this and that and a part of a tribe. But what we tend to get to people ignore is the fact that they are readily accepted, and not all. I'm just saying there's more that are readily accepted than those who are black.
Mm-hmm.
They're not giving that same privilege because there's still that white superiority and what you call it, simulation and need to be superior, so they accept them because they're accepting something that'll help give them clout.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I mean. But when it says, can black and white cultures fully coexist? And we all know that's a no, because we know white black culture is something that we have cultivated and we have grown and we have established and we are. And our culture has not, historically, has not been one of being violent unless pushed to that level. We are very forgiving and loving and all inclusive a lot of the times, whereas white tea culture is, and it's not bashing, it's just the truth. They come from a culture where it's let me dominate, let me conquer, let me consume, let me rule, let me take something on as priority, as my priority, make it mine, steal it, and then separate myself from it. Like when it's just even just YT, they separate themselves. They want to do is establish a level of hierarchy, conquering, pillaging, taking, and pushing down on. That is their
Mm-hmm.
culture throughout history. Like the Vikings, they went over, which is a pirate, that's an occupation. They go over to other parts of Europe and they pillage and they conquered. That is their culture throughout history. Is
Mm-hmm.
to conquer, take over, enslave, make some. They want to own something, but then they also want to separate themselves and make themselves quote unquote pure and the hierarchy. So that's where we can't coexist, because one is a parasitic um, type of culture and one is more spiritually inclusive. And we that's why we have a better sense of people and value, and we see things more than most people. We can create out of thin air. Like when we code switch, we can code switch within our own like town and understand each other without needing a book, because we know the context of what that word, what you're really saying. An example of
Mm-hmm.
it's like when we're talking at work and someone comes in that we know is obviously, YT and being racist. Well, I'll be like, we'll say, well, it's a lot of wonderful people in here acting up. I don't even need to tell you what that meant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
we have that ability where everybody else be lost because we know what you mean. So
Mm-hmm.
no, we can't coexist because again, one is a parasitic and one is an inclusive spiritual healing group. We time and time again throughout history, we always adapt. We make it 10 times better, or we create and we forgive and we love uh, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't see that because they've been indoctrinated that we're lesser, that we're violent, when everybody has been violent to us. And that's just a
Mm-hmm.
fact. No other
Right.
race has been as forgiving and hopeful. We still have hope in people that we really need to stop having to, because it's destroying our own detriment. It's detrimental to our own race. You
Mm-hmm.
see, so that's a big issue. And you know how I feel about the whole black Jesus thing. I mean, if we're talking about location, uh, he's black. I mean,
mm-hmm.
bottom line, nobody knows what he looked like, so we can't say what his phenotype definitely is. Therefore, you can't really dispute it. The only thing we know for sure and concrete was he was predominantly from families that were in Africa, indigenous to Africa. So how could he be anything else? But I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to speak to Lucy. So Lucy, I think you think your heart is in a good place, but I don't think you understand, because when you came up here disputing all the things and talking points of someone who's trying to work on being anti-racist, but you're not doing it in the way that you're being obviously genuine. It's more like you're looking for ribbons and attaboys, because if you come up on here and you tell us why YT people think this way and they're not, then that's them you need to be going and talking to. You need to go into their chats and lives and say the same things you came in here saying, and say it to them, because they're the ones who need the growth. Everything you told us, we already know. So it's disingenuous, and it's a little condescending to come in here and say the things that you said as if we don't already know that. You don't need to educate us on why people think that way. We know that. So that's why you get this bombastic side eye, because for some reason you think coming and telling us is either going to give you some type of reward, or you're teaching us something we don't know. You assume we don't know, and we've always known. So when he gave the example of, do you talk to your family members? And you were like, well, no, I don't talk to, like a person at work, because that's the people, and that's how they're never going to change. Well, if you ain't going to put in the work to actually say something to them, put them in their place, educate them, then you're doing no good. You're just echo chambering yourself to make yourself feel good. You're not trying to impact your own community, because it's your job to teach your community. It is not ours. And for education, you need to read. You need to read and research books and libraries, not come into chats and tell us what all you learned from listening to chats. You need to go and research what your family history has done, what your people in your town has done. Research the things that the government has done throughout history and globally, and learn those things. Because coming to a chat, I mean, how do you validate everything you're saying? How do you and verify? You can't. You need to do it by learning and listening, not coming on the chats and tell us what you learned. What you've learned, you need to go share with your community and your people, because that's the impact that you really should be trying to make if you're really trying to learn. Because I get sick of the whole coming up here and telling us everything you've learned by listening. I don't need to know what you learned. I want to know what you're doing about it. And I land my plane.
Do you want to wipe your face up off the floor or what? I'm gonna give you 2 more
Lucy, you
seconds.
okay? Was that a bit much? Take some deep drinks, drink some water, take some deep breaths.
All right. So I'm gonna move on. The silence is telling. Um. Oh, she said she's muted. You can unmute now. Fight for dignity. Fight for honor. Listen,
You have to
it's not
unmute
really
yourself,
even that kind
Lucy.
of debate, to be honest. Sis ain't
Yeah,
say nothing wrong.
unmute yourself.
I was thinking that the whole time. I can't unmute. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, I found it.
All right.
Okay, so the people around me will not be educated. They're it would be like it's like banging your head into the wall.
So why are you coming up here? Are you coming up here to educate us? What is your point in coming and talking to us about it?
Well, the reason why I came in is because I see that Legend comes up on my live often, and I just wanted to get into the chat and hear other people's opinions. And I didn't know this. I didn't realize that he only wanted these answers from uh, someone that's not white.
That's not what that is about. Did you hear what I asked you? I said, what is your point in coming up here? Because if you said it was to learn, you don't have to speak. You can just listen. But you came up here saying everything we already knew. Why were you saying those things? And then you're not going to do anything about it
Well,
within your own community. You're not being effective preaching to the choir. You have to go preach to the people of the land.
okay, I get what you're saying. Well, part of it is what I don't think you're understanding is that I'm trying to educate myself. I need to know your point of view.
But why couldn't you have done
How
that from
you're
the
speaking
comment section?
points
Okay,
we already know.
you're telling us things that we already know. So
Exactly.
my confusion is why you felt
You
the need
need
to
to
join the
speak.
panel to tell us things that we already know when you claim that you're trying to learn. If you wanted to learn, you could
Okay,
do
I
that from
get
the
you with.
comments.
Okay, I realize now that you don't even want. Um,
Girl,
No, that's
don't
what you
try
want
me
to
because
say.
I'm not the
Again, talk to
one.
your
I'm not the
people.
one.
Talk
I'm
to
not the
your
one.
people. You don't have just your family.
Oh, could
You can
we?
host your own live. Teach these points.
Oh God, I know you
okay,
guys are really
I get it.
upset, but just
Nobody. I'm not upset.
Who's upset?
okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
Who's
I'm
this is
upset?
upset.
just a
Maybe
discussion.
I'm upset. I just feel so uncomfortable.
I'm
Maybe
sorry
I'm the
that you
one
feel
who's
that way.
upset.
Indeed, indeed. One thing a lot of
Um,
Nigerian brothers and sisters do, especially those that have chose to leave the motherland. Remember what I said about African Americans. We didn't choose. We didn't choose to leave the motherland. So whenever I talk to an African from the continent and they tell me their parents or them have made the choice to leave the motherland and come to the West, I immediately think that they're at least 50% compromised. You understand?
Compromise, what do you mean?
I mean, we as African Americans look at America as one
Hmm.
big plantation. We understand
Okay.
that the UK is an extension of that plantation, actually the original plantation. So
Hmm.
um, when brothers and sisters leave the continent, sometimes they think that they can find a better life on the plantation. And then they start to defend the plantation owners when we're talking to them. So I would say,
No,
as a
I'm
sister,
okay.
don't
Go on.
feel uncomfortable. You shouldn't feel uncomfortable. You understand? Nothing for you to feel
Hmm.
uncomfortable about, unless you're empathizing with your oppressor.
Hmm. I don't know.
Because let's keep it a buck. If you are actually trying to learn, you're learning to listen. I don't go to
Mm.
learn in a class and get up there and talk to the teacher. I listen. I take in what I need to take in, and I will go after class and ask some questions. I'll research the questions that I have about what they said. But when you come
well,
up here
actually,
with your whole chest out and you say you can't do anything about the people around you, what do you think you're doing here? Learning is listening. It's
She
not
doesn't consider
speaking
you a teacher,
about
friend.
things.
no,
Sis,
I'm
she
not.
doesn't
I did.
consider you a
You're
teacher. She
speaking
doesn't
for me.
consider. Look, first of all, second and third of all, I'm speaking my mind, and I don't really give a damn how you feel about it. I'm speaking my mind, my opinion. You don't consider anybody on this panel. anybody that's black, a teacher, you think you went out and learned something, and then you wanted to come up here and teach us about our damn selves. When you need to be going and teaching your people about their damn selves. We already know your people. We don't need your
Okay,
opinion.
so
I was still speaking, but since you demand to have the floor, go ahead. You and your entitlement have the floor. Go ahead.
I just wanted to give him my point of view, and for
Because he
him
needs
to tell
that
me
so
what his point of
desperately.
view is
Because he
with my
needs
point
that
of
so
view.
desperately. Because we're so desperate.
What?
Because we need that so desperately.
No,
I'm
it's not
sure
because he needs it.
because you needed
It's
to
because
express
I
it.
needed it.
Because you need to be seen. Because you need to be heard instead of listening and learning as you claim to have wanted to do. So once again, you out of pocket because you just need to be seen. You need to be centered, even in a black space. You can't shut the hell up, mind your damn business, and learn something. That's weird as hell. The whole world is your space, woman. The whole world is built
I
for
think
you, especially in this country. I don't give a damn what you think. In case you have not noticed, maybe you should go on mute and be quiet for a second because you're really struggling to get this message. It's weird as hell. It's really weird because you claim to want to learn so bad, but you refuse to actually learn from black people in a way that might be uncomfortable for you. And by that I mean in an environment in which you don't have a voice. You don't get to have input. But you're so accustomed
I'm
to
not
having input.
uncomfortable.
Shut up. You're so uncomfortable not being able to speak in an environment. You can't even stay muted long enough for anybody else on the panel to get their damn thought out. It's very telling.
Can I just say one point? When you say you're here to learn, did you? What we taught, we're telling you, we're saying, go to your people, no matter who they are, family, friend, stranger, what have you. But the lesson we're teaching you is that you need to go into your community, your space, and teach them what you have learned, whether they want to listen or not. Center yourself in those places where you're trying to change, to make a change, and to unpack. You need to learn by listening and then taking the lessons. Why is it you haven't learned the lesson where we're saying go to your community, talk to your community? You coming up with, well, I can't. That means you're not ready to teach. That means you need to do some more learning, because there are plenty of people who are comfortable going and speaking and putting people in their place and educating people on why their perspective is misconstrued and it's misinformation. I don't understand that. That's like, I can't tell my kids that. I can tell
I
other
don't
people's
want to
kids, but I can't tell
misinform
my kids.
someone. That's why I need the education before I can even have a platform to speak.
Why do you
But
think we owe
education
you an
is
education?
listening.
No,
Why do
because
you
I
think
can,
that
so
black
I can
people owe you
educate
an
other white
education?
people.
Okay, then sit your ass in the comments, read some books. Why do you think you're entitled to our free labor? Why do you think you're entitled to our spaces? Why do you think that you get to get up here and dictate to us what we can and cannot say? Or
I
your
didn't say
level of,
what you could or
oh,
could not say.
sweetheart, you have been dictating your level of comfort the entire time and prioritizing that over actually listening, because you
Oh,
cannot stop interrupting people. You
I
can't. You cannot
apologize.
hold yourself to account to just be quiet. You can't even do that. So that tells me right there, you are prioritizing your comfort over any damn thing else. That is so freaking problematic. Girl, go read some books. You're not entitled to our labor.
Questions you should be asking is, where can I get this information from? What are some good books that y'all feel are valid or credible for me to learn?
And
That's
you could
what you
ask
should be
that from the
looking at.
comments.
And you can Google, is free. You can Google it. You can go to what is it, duck 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 what to go. You can go to Google Scholar. Those are places. So anything you want to learn, you should be like, oh, I'm listening. I want to know where I can go also learn from also, so I can teach. Not
Okay,
coming up here and giving
wh-
yourself attaboys for what you know. I don't
I
care
don't
about
want
what you
attaboys.
know and
I
your
wanted
understanding.
information, and I want real people like you speaking to me from your personal experience. Reading a book, I can
I
read
don't
lots
owe
of
you
books.
that. My
What?
personal
You don't
experience is
have to
my
speak to
personal
me then.
experience. That is not that is
Why
see,
don't you
you
have some
want to
black
you
friends?
want to.
I didn't say I didn't have black friends.
You apparently you don't. You have black acquaintances because you aren't comfortable or you haven't actually had these types of conversations in a setting that
With
might be a
them.
safe space for you amongst your friends, in which you can actually have a real dialogue with people who know you, who might give you the benefit of the doubt to say, well, she's really trying to seek our input here. Why the hell don't you
Those are
have
the
black
personal
friends?
experiences you should be asking for. To me, you're getting off on black trauma, and then you want to put in what you do to try to help alleviate that. That's
You
like asking
obviously,
a SA victim to explain what happened to them to a bunch of strangers. No,
you
you
don't
need
have
to
black
listen
friends.
to statistics. You need to listen to research. You need to pay attention to those things. Not come up here and tell us
Would
how you feel about it, and then ask us what our personal experience
would
is.
that's not what I was
Learning
mean.
is
That's not what
researching,
I was meaning to do.
We're
but
telling
that's
you
your
how you're coming
impact.
off and you're not actually taking it in. You're trying to defend yourself. So once again, you're more concerned with your comfort than what we're actually
O-
telling you, what the
Okay, I'll
actual
hop off
perception
and
of
give my
your
comments
experience
then.
is. Of course, prioritize your comfort. Bye.
Well, no, you told me
Don't
to get off,
don't
but you
don't
don't
come
want me
back,
speaking
girl.
to
Go
you.
read something. Go read something.
You're
Bye.
the one who's telling me to get
Bye.
off and get in the
Bye. Yes, I
comments.
am. I am. Girl, go. You, you did your thing. Bye.
You're so angry.
Oh, now you see the
See?
angry
Oh
Oh,
no. See,
the
you
yo,
didn't learn
angry black
anything.
woman trope. I knew it was a
Did
matter
you
of time
really?
before your
So you didn't
racism
learn
came out,
no.
anything.
girl.
You playing in our
What?
face.
What
You
do you
playing in
mean?
our face.
Yeah,
She's
the
being
angry black
passionate,
woman
not
trope. You
angry. That's
used
why
it.
you need to go
Oh,
learn and
how
read.
cute.
I just
How
don't
You're
cute.
understand why
nowhere
you
near
can't have
ready
a
to go
calm
on a.
conversation.
How
It
cute. You
is a
use the
calm
angry black one.
conversation.
Guess what? You don't get to tone police me and you don't get to tell me how I communicate with you. I don't give a shit about your feelings. And you use the angry black woman trope. Girl, your racism didn't take long to come out. I'm so glad it did.
She admitted she was racist at one point. She
Yeah.
said she was super white.
Yeah.
That's what
She
she
tried to
said.
say that there's a good racism and a bad racism,
I,
which some
I did
crap
not
I ain't
say
never
that.
heard in my
I
life.
didn't. You're putting words in my mouth. I did not say there was a good and a bad racism.
I'm not even surprised by that, friends. I'm
You
not
said
surprised
when we were
by
talking
that at
about
all.
is it racist to only date your race, you said that it is, but it's not bad.
You sure did. Your impact is terrible, is what you need to learn how
Absolutely terrible.
to match your intention with your impact. And your intention is not really in good faith because you're not listening. All you do is defend everything we say
Yep.
instead of thank you for that information. I apologize for any insults or
I did.
offenses I
I
have
did
caused,
apologize in the
and
comments
left.
earlier.
No, you didn't.
No,
Yes,
No,
I
you
did.
no.
didn't, because
All
you
you,
kept returning back with a but me, but look, are we done with this hueless hologram yet? Because I'm bored.
go host your own lives after you've learned something. That's the way you can impact. Not coming to us and asking us to teach you. It's not our job to teach you. You have to figure out how to learn. If you don't know how to learn and research, then you need to think about how your learning and comprehension skills need to be improved.
Well, to be honest, let's get back. She called you a hueless hologram. That's crazy. But yeah, let's get back to the topics. Thank you, Lucy, for joining us. Have a night. My spiritual life, what's going on?
Truth
Give us
Rising
your age,
family,
race, and
Truth
pronoun.
Rising.
Yes, Grand Rising King. Go ahead and give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
Yeah, no problem. So I am black. I live in America. My pronouns is he. Don't really have any, so I hope that's answer that. And I will be 32 tonight at 12.
Oh wow! Happy birthday, or happy Earth
Happy
Strong, brother.
birthday!
Thank you
Happy
very much, family.
birthday.
Thank you very much. All right, yeah. So I'm super excited for you having me on, Legend. I appreciate you, and thank you to the family again. So I just want to go through the questions real quick so y'all can get an idea of who I am and how I think. So and then I'm let me say this: I am a very odd person. So don't take my oddness as anything disrespectful or not understanding. It's just how I come off. Okay. So the first question is it racist to only date your race? So I'm gonna say yes and no, and I'm gonna give you my no answer first, and then I'll give you my yes answer. So if
Mm-hmm.
you are a person that is tribal, then this is a definitely no. To keep your bloodline strong is definitely a part of the tribal ideology. I understand that from traveling. I understand that from meeting great people from motherland and from other places. So yes, if you are tribal, this would definitely fit to, to only date your people makes sense to keep that history and that bloodline and that culture strong. Yes. Now, on the flip side of things, if I am attracted to something, I am attracted to that. I am not a advocate, nor am I a supporter of denying emotions. Human emotions are real. What I love, I love. So me as a conscious being, if I fall in love with somebody that's not a sister, which I don't think I would do, but just for the sake of this, if I was to fall in love with somebody that's not a sister, am I to deny those feelings? That's
Yes.
why I gave a yes or no.
Deny those feelings.
Okay.
The
Okay.
brother is
Now,
giving
can I ask you? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
it's giving very much all lives matter, brother. But let me turn it back over to Brother Legend.
The reason you want to deny those feelings is because the definition of love, in which your emotions are more important, and the context in which you fall in love with someone, or hopelessly throwing your caution to the wind and following your heart, was actually invented by Europeans. During the Romantic period in the late 18th century, there was a sociologist that came up with romance as we know it today. You saw it also in Romeo and Juliet, where their two families were at war, and they just cared nothing about what was going on, the context in which it, their union would fall under, and decided to just hopelessly fall in love. That is Eurocentric. In our traditions as Africans, we would marry based on the needs of the tribe. In most African, and by most I mean 99% of African societies, um, the versions of love that were practiced um, were also part of a communal love. For example, Ubuntu means I am who I am because of who we all are. So, if you were part of a tribe where there wasn't much water, it was hard for women to women don't retain water as well as men, so they might be unalived from the drought. The men would have less women around, and they would all marry one woman. Have children with the same woman, and then during times when there was feast and there's more women than men in the tribe. The men would be polygynous, and so that's why um, you know we do what we loved based on the needs of the tribe. Now, can we go back to that as African Americans? I think might have a hard time with some of the people that have internalized monogamy. But to say that romance is a reason why we should lack the selfishness necessary for survival in picking who we choose to grow our families with and not build within our community because of a Eurocentric version of love. I think we should. I don't think that's helping anybody. You can't call yourself pro-black and then do what's not in the best interest of the community, but only yourself. So
Nice.
And we
Okay.
don't have the luxury of that, of this whimsical ideal about love. Even if
right,
you thought that way, if you consider yourself to be quote unquote pro black, you should understand that we don't have the luxury of just going out and considering everybody the same and blah blah blah, because that's
not at
not how
wartime.
we function in society, because we are constantly under attack. That is
Not
an
at wartime.
illogical way of thinking. If you want to be whimsical, hey, go for it, but it's not pro black, I can promise you that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to mention one last thing. I'm gonna let you go. I'm not going.
Yeah.
I'm
No
not going to
problem, brother.
ramble. One last thing is that the most common predictor of poverty for Black women that fall below the poverty line is raising a child in a fatherless home. And we know fatherlessness goes down when wedding rings end up on those sisters' fingers. So the plague of poverty in our community that affect both our women and our children is fatherlessness in the homes because we don't have rings on our sisters' fingers. So it would actually help if you're pro-black, build the community. Let's go. We got work to do. Why are we looking across the fence?
True indeed, and I definitely appreciate that. And I do want to just make this clear for anybody who might have came in after what I said. I do choose my women. I love my women. I don't deny them at all. So I definitely don't have no problem with the information from you or the queen above. All right. So for the second one, are African American indigenous to America? All right. Remember I told you I'm an oddball family. So I don't subscribe to the idea that black people were just in one area of the globe. I think black people were spread it all throughout the globe. So to me, there's no such thing as just being from the motherland. I believe there's motherlands with the S. I think the people that oppress would love for us to all be bunched in one area, but nature won't allow that to happen. So this question was interesting to me is because I love the way the other people before me spoke about it, but I also wanted to add my flavor to it. Do I think blacks were already in America? Yes, I do. I think that's why they being the white people considered America to be the promised land. They didn't consider America to be the promised land is because it was full of a bunch of quote unquote redskin Indians or quote unquote Mexican explorers. They called it their promised land is because there were a very distinctive, original, unique people such as those in Africa also over here on this land. And that's why they made it their go-to spot and we must have it, etc. So to answer that, I would say yes, blacks are indigenous to a lot of land, to
Can
be
you say
fair.
black people? We're blacks. We're not a object, so it should be black people. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. Black people. I don't have a problem with that at all. Black people. I would even go as far to say black gods and goddesses. But yes, thank you for that correction, sister. All right, and then the second question: can black and white cultures fully exist or coexist, rather? The first thing that I would like to say on my behalf, I think it's a mindset. When I know who I am, when I know what I represent, I am not threatened by any other culture. I'm actually more inclined to educate people on what I am for those who want to act stupid like they don't recognize. So I think the mindset of me is yes, I can coexist in other cultures. Even if, and hear what I'm saying, my family, even if those cultures do not like me, I could still coexist. You know why? It's because I'm the original warrior. So I know war better than any other body on this place. So I know when someone is trying to lead me into a trap. I know when it's not safe. I know when to allow my words to be, not spoken. I am very aware of that. As I said before, we black people are the original warriors. Our women as well. We had to fight so many wars, physical, mental. So yes, I think I could coexist easily with other groups of people and definitely white cultures.
No,
All right.
well, you individualize the hell out of that. Individualism is another European construct, but um, we're talking about black and white cultures. We're not talking about black people existing in white culture spaces. I'm talking about black culture, white culture. Black culture, a culture that was built out of oppression from whitey people and survival of that oppression, and then white culture, which causes oppression across the world.
Can I?
So,
Can I?
can both cultures fully take up the same space?
Okay. Well, I mean, well, in that sense, I would say this to you, brother. There wouldn't be any white culture if it wasn't for black culture. Black culture is what other cultures learned from. So when we really
No.
dig deep down into that
African
trace
culture.
of Yes, indeed. So when we start to dig deep down
African and
into
black
that
culture is
trait,
not the same thing. But
okay,
they all right. See, that's where it's kind of like a thing. So African culture is not African culture is not the same thing as black culture, but black culture is African culture.
got you.
So it's like African culture is a thing, but that existed before the construct of race. And then black culture is African culture, but under the construct of race. So
Okay.
And in order to
um
understand that and put that in true context, you also have to understand that there is a construct of race that has been built. And going back to your statements about indigeneity to the Americas, you have to understand that there is, unless you don't believe in evolution, there is an evolutionary process that occurs. We're not just talking about human beings, okay? But there's an evolutionary process with every species, depending upon where they migrate to and how long they exist there. The
adaption.
climate,
Evolution
yeah,
is different species, but
well,
adaption.
you know what? Thank you for that.
Adaptation. Yeah.
That's the appropriate term. But
Yeah.
we adapt to our environments. Okay. It doesn't matter if we're talking about human beings, if we're talking about birds, if we're talking about dogs, whatever. We're going to adapt to our environments. That's why we're all the same species, but we look different. And it would be disingenuous to say that black people in the context of how we think of black people or African people were the same people as what were on the North American continent. That would be disingenuous and unfair to the peoples that are considered to be indigenous to this land. That would be highly
Yeah.
unfair. That would be as if those Europeans, how we feel about Europeans taking Egypt out of Africa, is exactly how that feels to the people of the North American continent. You
Yeah.
cannot do that. That is disingenuous. It is unfair. It completely takes out the entire scientific background of how humans adapt. And migration patterns, and it completely erases people's cultures and human beings, and that's unfair to do. So I definitely ain't rocking with that, friend. I appreciate that you tried to go about it respectfully, but no,
Oh yeah, no
that's a
problem.
that's a no, my friend.
Yeah,
And
no
then
problem. I'm here for conversation.
next, you made mention of black culture, white culture, and coexisting. No, you can't, my friend. No, you can't. You cannot exist uh, in a healthy fashion with within white culture. You know why? Because white culture is colonization, and it is white supremacy, and it is a constant need to place one's whiteness in priority. We've never seen white culture exist in a healthy way with any indigenous peoples. Look at every single damn continent, my friend. Every continent. This is not an individualistic conversation. I understand that that's how you interpreted it upon first blush, and that's fine. But when we look at white culture, okay, I'm not talking about, some subset of white culture. White culture, okay, the homogeneous nature of white culture. It doesn't matter if you're Italian white or Irish white or whatever. The homogeneous nature of white culture is to impose itself on others, to take from others, to unalive others, to grape others, to do whatever it needs to do in order to get its needs of supremacy met. So, no, you cannot coexist with that. No one can. And that is why we have seen the oppression of every indigenous peoples in which white culture exists. They have been decimated. Whether we're talking about Africa or the Americas, they have been decimated. And that is because the nature of white culture is violence.
It's
Period.
conquering. It's the need to conquer, own, possess, destroy. It is
It
not
is
even when
manifest
again when
destiny.
it's just them. Like I said before, when it's even just YT, they have the need to conquer each other and establish one higher than the other. and oppress or genocide or wipe out the other one. Because if you hear talk
Absolutely.
about the story of eugenics, where the beginning was, it wasn't just black and people of color. It was also to do those what they considered the degenerates, the white people that were not smart or educated or didn't look a certain way. They still were trying to wipe them out.
Right. But I also think to both of my sisters, I also think that there's a reason for that. When you ask me what is white culture, white don't have a culture. It's because everything that they do have is from other cultures. So their culture is to be thieves. I fully am aware of that.
That
But
is a
do
culture still.
Okay,
That's
that's
still a
fine. So
culture.
we'll say that they're cultures of thieves. All right. So because their culture is just taking from other cultures, this shows something much more deeper to me. This shows a infatuation with certain people, particularly our people. This shows that they're really admiring who we are, but instead of having the confidence to say that, they interpret it their way, and then somehow they convince the world to believe it. By all means, I'm no fool. I know these people is crazy over me. I know these people wish they can have my eyes to see the world that I see it. So by all means, I do stand firm on saying that. It's because I know who I am. Kant isn't in my dictionary. This planet is my people's. It's no way possible that I cannot coexist with anything on this planet.
You can
It's
coexist,
mine.
but so that's like saying you can coexist in chains. You can coexist behind
Of course
bars.
I can. I already did it. I did 10
But see,
years.
but that's
Came
the thing. We're
home
not
still
talking
with my
about
mind,
you.
body, and soul.
But see, that's the thing.
That's not
We didn't.
coexisting.
Well, hold on. That's not the question. We didn't ask. Can my spiritual coexist in white cultures? And I guess be what they want him to be. We're asking, can black culture? Can you wear your locks and run for president? Could
Of
Nope.
I run
course
for
you
president
can.
right now?
Yeah, you
Of
can.
course
You
you
won't
can.
win.
You know why? It's because if we
All right, I
if
should
we
have said
run the
run. Win the
campaign correctly,
presidency. Can
yes you
I
can.
can I wear my locks in the courtroom in Tennessee?
Yes you can because this is your planet.
Absolutely not.
We were
But see,
already
that's the
doing it,
thing.
and
That's
let
the
me
thing.
explain to you why you
He's
can.
saying, but yeah, but you're saying can in theory, and not thinking about any of the consequences. So when you say you can, and you will get thrown in jail for wearing your locks in certain courtrooms in America, you're just saying, oh, I don't care about going to jail. I don't care about nothing. I'm gonna just be me anywhere I go because I'm so strong and I'm so tough. But that would be not black culture coexisting. That would be black culture being subordinate to white culture. That's not the same thing as coexisting fully. You understand? In full
I
expression
got
of
you.
itself with freedom. Now, if you're going to coexist in a jail cell, you just in white culture. You just black in white culture. You ain't in black. You ain't in black culture because we'd never throw you in jail for having dreadlocks. So,
True indeed. But the reason why I said we can and I believe we can is because campaigning is everything. So if we the black people campaign this correctly, support each other correctly, get
That's
into
not
that line
coexisting
of
if you have to fight
yes,
for
ma'am.
consequences.
but
So
That's
saying you
here's
fine. I'm gonna
can
another
get to
thing.
without
it.
Here's another.
Hold on.
consequences,
Let me
without
get there. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. Let me get there, my sister. I heard everybody out. Okay, so I'm looking at what's happening right now. Dreadlocks, antennas, black females and males are taking over right now. They are becoming far more educated. They are becoming far more confident in speaking. So I'm already seeing these lock people that my brother just asked me about. I'm already seeing them break odds. And they're doing so by properly campaigning. So if we, the people, black people, properly campaign, we can do whatever. The sky is the limit. Nobody is going to stop you or try to. Now, yes, there will be consequences,
No,
but
they will try to stop
consequences.
you. They will absolutely try,
But will they
and
be
they
able
absolutely
to? Will they
have.
succeed? No.
And
coexisting
No.
means you're coexisting with tolerance, respect, and without any pushback. So what you're
that's what
speaking of is
coexist. He
just
don't know the
doing it. He
definition of
don't know
coexisting.
coexisting.
He thinks can we survive in white culture? And to that answer, my brother, yes, we have survived many years in white culture, but coexisting is not the same thing as surviving. And I think that's
You
what
are correct.
you're mixing up.
You are correct, but the pushback will be eliminated. They're going to push back at first to get to my coexisting part, they're going to push back at first is because they know it's rightfully yours. So it shakes them, it shivers them.
Here's
They
another
say, well,
thing that
oh,
you.
if we
Here's
allow
another
them
thing.
to get to it, that
Here's another. Here's another thing that
Then
you're
it's not
doing wrong.
coexisting.
You're thinking that they have put us up on some pedestal when you said that they admire us, and
They
I would
envy.
direct you. I would direct you. They do have envy. But I would direct you to a book by Frank Wilderson called Afro Pessimism. Take a look at that. It talks about the white tea infatuation with black people. And what it says is what they want from us is far more sinister than what they wanted from Native Americans. What they wanted from Native Americans is their land. So they were able to obtain that. And after that, they really didn't need the Native Americans anymore. And then that's why they make up about, I think, 1% of the country right now. The reason that they need us and they won't let us go free, they won't fund our trip back to Africa. The reason that they want us here is because we don't exist. They see us and they see people that don't exist. There's a loud noise coming from you, brother. Could you just mute real quick? Oh, okay. Oh, that was Honey.
yeah, that
All right,
was
so
honey.
yeah, so when they see us, they see people that don't exist. Understand that during our enslavement, the ancestors would not exist to them. They would just wake up, their dishes are done, their house is clean, their children are fed, and someone is waiting. The car is waiting to drive them. Like they wouldn't think that we exist. So
I disagree with that.
they need reminders because you understand race does not exist. It's not real.
That's what
So
they wanted us to believe.
but
Deep down in their hearts, bro, they seen you. It's
I'm
impossible
going to tell
not
you what a
to.
book says, and then you can tell me what you think after.
All
So,
right, no problem.
I'm telling you what Afro Pessimism is a book. Scholarly people are now starting to digest. A lot of the Pan African pro black spaces are discussing this book. They need us to this day to remind them that they are real. They feel validated by looking at people that don't exist and saying, well, I might have it rough, but at least I ain't black. And that is part of their obsession with us. It's not that we are these gods amongst men and they secretly want to covet that. It's really that they see themselves as gods and they see us as non existent. But that's,
Okay, no problem.
yeah.
No problem. And what I would say to that last part that you said, I think it's just the opposite. I think that we made them feel like they were gods. When you are in the presence of something that is naturally unique, of course, if you have that issue of being truthful, you're not going to come and tell that person, oh, I admire you. No, it's because you already have this complex of not being able to keep it true. So you go play it like, oh, you're nothing. You're three-fifths of a man. You're my servant. You're the help. You know what I mean? But the truth inside that they can't deny and most will admit someday is that they know who we are. They knew that they had to try to beat us in the marathon is
I think
because
we
at
have to
one,
think that to feel good about ourselves sometimes, and it's sad.
but is it not factual, brother? Is it
We
not
know who
factual? Do
we
you not
are.
see
We
how
know who
people
we
admire
are.
you when you walk the streets?
It's
Do you
not
not see how people want to
admiration.
touch your hair
It's
to feel the texture of
That's
it?
what I'm
Do you
saying.
not
That's
see
that
how
type of
people want to be
fetishization is
you?
not admiration.
Yeah, yeah, you're
Being
thinking.
fetishized.
I've seen people make videos about this, and this is one thing that black men we fall into this category a lot because they fetishize us for the size of our ding dong. You know what I'm saying? And some of
That
us
ain't
like
it
that
though.
feeling. Some of us like that feeling because we feel like are being fetishized right now, being objectified. Our ancestors were literally forced to mate with them at gunpoint. Can you imagine someone telling you you got to get it up at gunpoint when fear causes adrenaline, which makes your thing, fear makes adrenaline makes you go down. But imagine someone pointing a gun at your head and telling you you got to do their wife. That happened a lot more than we talk about. But anyway, a lot of black men sometimes fall into this because everybody put F1 in the comments. Somebody talking about reporting. Um, yeah, a lot of black men fall into this trope because we enjoy being fetishized. We feel like our black skin being looked at in admiration makes us feel better because we've been insecure about it. So it's a thing. But I would
I get
say
you.
that's not admiration. It's more
I'm
of
not of the secure
jealousy.
group though, brother. I get fully
A-
what you said, but I'm not of the
Again,
secure
we're
group. I
not
just
talking
love who I
about
am and I know who I am.
we're not talking about this on an individual basis though. And so that's the thing that you keep kind of reverting back to this individualism, and we're talking about black people as a
In
collective.
general. Yeah, I'm speaking to the collective, especially today's generation. I
Well,
think the
we're not
collective on a higher
admired. We're not admired as a collective. We're fetishized as a
says
collective.
who?
We are envied as says every bit of American culture. Are you serious? We're not
Oh, I would
valued.
have to
Our
disagree with that. I
our
think a
our
lot of
lives
people
are not
feel the
valued.
way you
The
feel, but
things
not
that
everybody.
no, sir, it's not a feeling. This is data. No, sir, not a
I don't
feeling.
believe
Okay,
in data. I'm not a scientist.
I'm okay. That
Anti-intellectualism is the destruction of this conversation. It's just going
yikes.
to veer off course.
Yeah,
We got
because
to remember
conflating
that the average
admiration with
American has
jealousy and envy.
the
Jealousy and
average.
envy is not admiration. And that's where you're getting it conflated because if you admire something, you don't want to destroy it
That is not true.
or
That is an
possess it.
opinion. But outside of that
That is
opinion, I could
true.
prove that to
There
not be
are
true.
things called objective facts, and right now
Yes,
that's
there
what you're
is, and
arguing
it's a real
against
thing.
is objective facts. So this is very problematic, sir. You're spewing misinformation. You're veering off into narratives
Well, I
of
was trying to give my
misinformation now.
thoughts. That's all. I wasn't trying to spew anything.
And
I'm not into
sometimes
that.
your thoughts can be misinformation.
I mean,
I need you to understand
okay, can you
that.
show me? Can you show
That's
me
the
the
problem,
evidence of how anything that I said was misinformation?
sir. I can
All
show you
right,
the
I
Because now
told.
definition
at
of
this point,
envy.
you convicted me of
I
something
can
that
show
I
you
didn't
the
do.
definition.
All
I
right, he
can
gonna have to
show
learn
you
from
the
the comments.
definition.
Shout out to
Okay.
Francesca. Thank you for the Panther Paw, sister. Appreciate
Thank you,
you.
Francesca. That was important because we have to.
Thank you.
That's a good teaching lesson for a lot of us to understand that those are these types who don't understand the definitions of words and facts and thoughts. Thoughts are not facts. Feelings are not facts. And understanding the difference between admiration, jealousy, possession, conquering, and malintent. You've got to be
And
able to see a bigger
data.
picture based on data, facts, statistics, and also, personal interactions and experiences. But those things can't prioritize because we don't all experience the same exact thing. We experience a form of it.
Yeah.
But we can
Well,
all
thank
look at the same data. I'm sorry, family. Go
exactly.
ahead.
No, that's facts. And thank you for bringing that to the live. I try my best to to stick to the objective reality on things. Not speak too much from personal anecdote. And I invite those that come up to do the same. Thank you for keeping us in the light. You know what I'm saying? That brother, I appreciate you as well. But you got some stuff you want to learn. I would encourage you to read the book The Iceman Inheritance by Michael Bradley. I would also encourage you to read what was the book I said earlier? I forgot now. Iceman Inheritance. I forgot the other book. Somebody
Afro
remember the other book?
pessimism.
Afro Pessimism. That's right, by Frank Wilderson. If you want to learn about that, and then maybe check out the ISIS papers. That's a real famous one. So I
He needs
mean,
to read
mhm.
We Were Her Property. He need to
Oh,
read
we
that.
were her prop. Yeah, that one
He need to read
definitely.
that book
Yeah,
expeditiously,
yeah,
friend.
yeah. That's right. Well, thank you for that as well, Sister Southern. I like to leave them with a little bit of learning. And then Novo J clothing line. Could you give us your age, race, and pronouns, please? Novo J clothing line. I think it's a business account. Novo J. Novo. I don't know your name. Are you still with us? You've been up here for a while. You might have left. Going once.
You have
Going
to unmute
twice.
yourself, Novo.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna try to unmute them. Novo, are you here? Going three times. Everybody tap like. Please protect the live. Please protect the live. You know what I'm saying? You know the male brigade. They in
If you're
here.
in the
See?
box, don't tap. Put
Oh yeah, not if you're in the
hashtag
box.
FYP. Put hashtag
Please.
FYP or hit your share button and hit copy link, and that'll send it to everyone. Just share it live. Just tap if you're in the comments.
Thank you. All right, Novo. I'm gonna skip you and I'm gonna go to Next person, that's I think it's Kibe. I'm sorry if I'm messing up your name, sister. You look like a sister. Give us your age, race, and pronouns, please.
My name is Kiabetswe, actually.
Ooh,
I'm
that's a nice name.
22.
Say that again.
Kiabetswe.
That's fire.
Thank
I
you.
can't say it, but that's fire. Kia Bedsway.
Yes.
Ooh, that's fire. I like that name. Where you from?
I'm from South Africa.
Okay, okay, all
Born
right.
and bred in South Africa.
What tribe? What's your people?
Kimupedi, meaning I'm Pedi. I'm a Pedi tribe, yeah.
Wow. All right,
But
go ahead.
I also have ancestry from Zulu as well as Setswana. So,
Wow,
yes.
amazing.
Okay, I'm 22. My pronouns are she and her. And what was your other question?
What I think you
Race,
answered all of
black, of
them.
course.
Yeah, yeah, black. So go ahead,
Yeah.
sister, answer the questions for us. Yes, no, brief reason why.
Is it racist to only date your race? That's the first question. And I would say no. Honestly, I would say no. And my reason is, well, I'm not going to speak on white people because I feel like I liked Honey's answer when it came to about people wanting to push, their race forward and keeping the bloodline strong, which I also agree that yes, it is racist in that context. But I'm saying no for me in the other context that number one, I'm South African, of course. I'm black. Sometimes you literally just get attracted to people of your race, And me being South African already, and there's so many tribes, it's already hard dating out of my tribe because of the language barriers and everything, In our country, we don't really speak English 24/7. Everybody belongs to a tribe. Everybody speaks a certain language. So it's already hard dating out of your tribe. So dating out of your race gets even harder because of language barrier. For example, right now I'm dating a Xhosa gent and I'm Betty. So it's like Betty and Xhosa, it doesn't really match that well because it's like way different tribes. And every time when we have to converse, we have to get to a middle plane where we either speak in his language or my language, and it's always difficult to do so, but we make it work. And that's why I'm saying that no, it's not really racist to date out of your tribe, maybe because of language barrier and just, yeah, for me, it's just language barrier. And also because white people, for me, the people that I've spoken to, like in the past who are white, like they objectify you literally. And all they want to do is feel up on you, feel out like how a black person feels. It's never people dating with intentions that, oh, I really want to love you or something. It's just a thing of, I want to feel how a black person feels like. And that's the same story of Sarah Bartman, who was from the Eastern Cape here in South Africa, and she was taken to Europe because of her body type and how she was. And people literally objectified her. People, like, she was literally kept all the time in a cage, and she was treated like an animal in a zoo. So that's why, for me, with white people, it's always the case of people trying to objectify you. It's never a thing of people really wanting to say, I love you, let's make this relationship work or something along those lines. Yes, that's that's my answer for the first question. For the second question, African Americans indigenous to America. I'll skip that question because I don't really know much history about African American. Of course, I do know about the whole slavery and things like that, but I would rather not speak on that because of the different viewpoints I've heard from different Americans. Like e.g., Brother Legend here says that he identifies himself as an African because of how his forefathers were shipped by force to America and they did not choose to be taken to America, for example. But from like Twitter conversations when, Africans have wars with Americans would be like, when Africans tell them that you are not from America, go back home or something like that. And they would literally fight and be like, no, we are Americans and whatever. So that's why I'd rather not choose I don't want to choose on, I'm
You
not going to
saying
speak
Americans would fight to? You
to
talking
say
about
yes.
in Africa?
Yeah, like on Twitter wars, Twitter wars, and they would be like, "No, don't tell us to go back home. We don't identify as American, like African. We identify as American." They consider themselves indigenous to America. Some
Wait,
of them.
so the ones that considered themselves indigenous to America were in Africa and they didn't want to get told to go back home?
No, it's like on Twitter. On Twitter, when like there's Twitter wars.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. But that's those are the brainwashed ones, you understand?
Yeah.
They're brainwashed. So, please, I don't know if you've ever been to America, don't judge us by them, okay?
Okay.
They it's like a cult, like it hurts in America so much to be black that they would rather be anything else. They rather say that this is their home. They don't want to say Africa is their home anymore. That's delusion. So,
They're desperate to feel connected that bad that they
Oh.
claim a land that is not originally their own.
yeah.
Oh, makes sense. So I'm like, that's why I don't want to speak about it because of people's different viewpoints. And I don't want to cause any havoc or anything. Three, can black and white cultures fully coexist? So I'm going to speak about my country in particular, which is South Africa, of course, as I've mentioned before. So with white people are minority in South Africa, whereas black people are the majority. So I would say our total population, white people could be like 20% of our population, whereas 70 could be, no, 60 could be black, and the other 20% is other meaning like Asians, Indians, etc. So we don't really have much white population in comparison to black population, and we do coexist because of course, like we are the majority. They
It's
can't
not
really.
can people coexist, it's can cultures coexist.
Yes, I'm talking about cultures. I'm talking about cultures because black people in South Africa, like our culture is very like it's dominant. We have we in South Africa, example, we speak 11 languages and there's like 11 tribes. And out of those 11 tribes, 10 are like African tribes because you got English and Afrikaners, but these 10 are literally like dominant. They like literally push their cultures forward. So white people can't really like, overpower.
We're not talking about individual cultures. We're talking about culture of races. So we're talking about white race and black race, not based on what continent you're from. We're talking about your race.
But that's the thing. I can't really speak about other continents if I've never been there. So I'm only gonna speak
Well,
about
you can speak about white culture because they're the reason why South Africa has the name South Africa. You understand? They're the
yeah.
reason white culture is apartheid. You understand? They did apartheid here in America too. They did apartheid in a few other places as well. That's
Yes,
their culture. They create apartheid. So can
yes, they did.
apartheid exist in the same space as Julius Malema?
No, it didn't.
You see what I'm saying? Can
Mm-hmm.
Julius Malema have his way and apartheid regimes have their way at the same
No, they
time?
couldn't. They
That's
couldn't.
the problem.
But now we're speaking about the now. We're not speaking about then because, of course, then there was apartheid, and with that there was so much division. There was that whole thing of whites the side, blacks the we are segregated. The segregation ended in the year 1994. 1993 actually because we got independence in 1994.
Their
So,
economic apartheid didn't end.
definitely, definitely. But we are not talking about economic. We're talking about
No, I know.
cultural.
I
That's
know, but see,
different.
even economics, that's part of their culture is economically oppressing the indigenous people or non-white people. So when we say can black and white cultures coexist, what we mean is can white people get along with black people and still be in their culture? Their culture is to subjugate all other races. Now, can white people just as people exist in the same country as black people? Of course, we've been doing it for a long time. I'm in America. There's 200 million of them here. We all right. We still alive. We here. But can I be as black as I want to be? Can I have my hair out and and get pulled over by a police officer, and he look and say, "Hey, nice hair," I'll let you go with a warning. No, I'm more likely to be pulled over because of this hair.
Plus,
So
we can't talk about culture without talking economics. I'm sorry, we have to address that part, because why do we go out, if we're talking about America or really any nation, why are there opportunities to file sanctions against another nation when they're not doing something that we like for them to do?
Zimbabwe,
Okay. It is because
Zimbabwe.
you are trying to influence the behavior, the culture of that nation. They have their own ideas about what they want to do. Okay. But you can influence that through economics, and every single system. I don't care what culture we're talking about. If you control the economics, you control the culture.
That's any brown
Okay.
nation. That's any brown nation on the face of this planet that's been bobbed into the Stone Age over and over and over again. If you're Honduras or Guatemala, if you are any of those Central American countries that the Dole Corporation went to in the 1850s and took whatever they wanted at gunpoint with the American army behind them. They took the coffee, they took the pineapples, they took the bananas, they took everything, and they made that America. They made it Central America. The
Mm.
CIA went down there, ran coups, they did everything. The Philippines, you could just
That's how
go.
we took Hawaii.
That's how we took
Hawaii is a
Hawaii.
state
Yeah.
Yeah,
now.
I mean it's the
That
same thing.
look at Puerto
So
Rico.
yeah, it's any brown country on the face of this earth. So yeah, that's.
Mm-hmm.
And the Dole
Good.
Corporation is still running Hawaii, by the way.
Mm. 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 Go ahead, sister. You want to answer the last question?
Okay, so let me get back to the culture one. With regards to the financial aspect of things, economic freedom, of course, in South
Mm-hmm.
Africa, Black people don't really have much, like majority of Black people don't have economic freedom, if you're to talk about that, because white people, they're the minority, but they hold majority of the country's economics. And of course, this stems back to what happened in apartheid and what they did to the country, with the segregations and everything, basically them taking land and stuff like that. So but in our day and age right now, in this very moment, yes, they can coexist fully, maybe not, but yes, they can coexist. And the last question is Black Jesus racist?
How do you say all of that and then end on they can coexist? I'm confused, but okay. I mean, how did you go through all of that oppression, apartheid, and all of that, and then
Me too.
still make room for them to coexist?
I'm so
I'm
confused.
confused. Yeah.
Can
All
we
right.
talk about the coexisting word? Like, can we talk about the fact that coexisting means that you have equity? Okay, you are there. No one is being oppressed. Each demographic that we're speaking of has full autonomy to operate in the fullness of their culture without being harmed by the other culture. What you just described is not that, friend. So I don't understand how you said yes, we can coexist, because you just said that apartheid ended in 1994, but economic oppression did not end at that time, and the struggle to end economic oppression is still underway in South Africa. So I don't understand. We just went through this whole dialogue about how economics cannot be separated from culture. And then you still got to, yeah, but we can coexist. So I I yield the floor.
Honestly, I feel like you guys have you guys been to South Africa, number one? Let me
We
just
don't
ask that.
have to go to South Africa to know white people. We know how,
Yes, definitely.
and we
But
know
I feel
enough
like
to know
to
Julius Malema.
understand, you
We
need
know
to
enough to
understand
know
the
the
region first before
Khoisan
you.
people. We know enough to know about what's going on in our homeland. Yeah, we know enough. Uh,
Okay, with knowing, I feel like knowing enough, and you've been in the like that particular region, it's not the same. That's why I say I do not speak on American culture that much, because I've never been there. Yes, I've read about it, but I've never been there to actually speak on things. And for me, that's why I'm saying that when it comes to things like economic freedom, there's like, guys, someone keeps mentioning
Name a
ESL.
time when it has coexisted peacefully. Please, we're waiting for that because we've given you multiple reasons why it cannot happen, how it has not happened. You even admitted it's not happening in your country, and you're still sitting
because
up
you
here
only
saying it can happen.
because you only
When
speak
has it
about
happened?
one
Name
aspect, which
one
is
time in
economics.
history where white culture has coexisted with black culture. I will wait.
Right now.
You just
Where?
said it isn't.
You just
No,
said
ma'am.
economically it's not
But it's
happening
not.
right now.
But
What
Where?
it's
the
not
hell is
everything is not about economics. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm saying, not fully.
Did we
Because the
not
moment we
just
talk about
discuss how economics and culture cannot be separated? Did we not just discuss that? And you conceded that point at that time, and now you're
okay,
reverting back to your
we can
former
keep to your
thought
guys'
process. It's very
conclusion. We
strange.
can keep it to your guys' conclusion that no, we cannot fully coexist. Because honestly, I'm not gonna explain in depth because of like you guys will understand what I'm trying to convey. That when it comes to cultures, there's different aspects. It's not only about economy. Yes, economics does play a role,
Y'all
but you're
about to
also
bust
looking at
your
other
chocolate.
aspects and things that contribute to the culture. And that's what I'm saying, not fully coexist
all right?
because
So if all right, hold on, because if I walk into your house right now and take your bedroom and say this is my bed now, and then take your food out your fridge and say you can't have any, this is all mine. Actually, you got to sleep on the front lawn. Are we coexisting?
no, we're not.
Okay, so what the hell are you talking about? Because that's
Sure.
what they just did to you. Like, what are you talking about? That's what white culture has done to you. The reason the name of it is South Africa, it's in English, for God's sake. That's a European language. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you trying so hard to make room for your colonizer? This is wild.
I'm not making room for them. I'm just
Never do
speaking
it for
about
you.
the fact that
Never
there's
do it for you.
different contributions to
You're
culture.
saying co, so you're saying co, we're saying coexist, meaning without consequences, without any interruption, without any battle that has to be had. Meaning we are utopian. So what you're missing is you're conflating still an individual different between continent and continent. We're talking about people, no matter what region you are from, white people and black people. We're talking about fully coexisting. And you just conceded again that it's not happening because they have economic dominance over you. No one dominates the other if you coexist. You are tolerating each other, you are living together, but you are not coexisting because one passes a certain judgment and puts you in a certain slot of the hierarchy, and you are just accepting it. That's not coexisting.
Just because your European looking friend doesn't hate you, doesn't mean she likes your people.
That part. You know, it's the thing though when you have these conversations and you have people that they put their mentality, and I say they as in black people, we press our mentality, our morals onto other people and think they're gonna give us the same thing back. See, we don't have a problem with coexisting. We accept you for being the uncultured, unwashed, unseasoned people that you are. We welcome you with open arms and your unwashedness, and y'all know y'all don't bathe every day, but we and we'd be like, okay, that's just who they are. But when it comes to us, they want us to conform to them and what they got going on. You are not allowed to be yourself. And I don't care if it's on a continent. I don't care if it's on an island. I don't care if it's over here in America. It is the same. They are the same people. It is sad that y'all think y'all got these amazing colonizers and we just got the demons. Because, baby, they is across the board, honey. It ain't no difference.
I know that's right.
Well,
Yeah, I hear that a lot.
that
Mm.
was
That America is where the racism is.
The exceptional colonizers.
White
white people are white people. White people are white people no matter where you go. That's just there's a certain way they move. There's a certain way they think. Yeah, there's a certain way they believe when it comes to people, and it's what they believe about people of color, about black people. You know, I mean,
Mhm.
Legend has heard me say this before. This is an anti-black country. It's an anti-black globe. always has been, always will be. Okay, that's what you have to move through. I mean, at some point, we all of us are going to get tired of talking about it, and we're just going to turn to these white people and say, you guys fucked up. Now it's over. We're just done with you. We're done. Like, we don't care anymore.
Yeah.
And when that happens, and it will happen one day, where we're just going to say we are done.
Doing his job, brother.
When that happens, it's they're just going to look at us like, but wait, we thought no, we told you over and over and over again for hundreds and hundreds of years, and now we're done. There's nothing else to talk about. That's when like you're sitting at the table with your wife, right, or your husband, and you look them in the eye just before, and all your bags are packed, and they're in the car, and you're looking at her, looking at her in her eyes, or you're looking at him in his eyes, and you're like, I'm done, I'm leaving. And when that happens, people of European descent are going to freak the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't wait, because it's going to happen. When we leave, dude, imagine no HBCUs, no college football, no basketball, no NFL.
$3 trillion worth of money of
Gone.
the economy gone.
Gone.
$3 trillion. Yeah.
I'll end with that.
And actually, most of our money, Black people more than anyone else in America, spend money on toiletries, like lotion, soap, detergent. Yeah,
Big time.
yeah.
Very
So
hygienic. We're very hygienic.
right,
Extremely
companies
hygienic.
like Dove, it's over for them. Like, some of y'all still using Irish Springs. It's over.
Oh, I got Dove. I got a case of Dove in the bathroom, man.
Like Lubriderm is going to like hit the
wall. Vaseline is over. Vaseline is over.
It's over.
Look, Royal Crown.
Yeah.
Royal Crown.
Bounty.
Yeah. No, you know what, brother? They really don't buy hand wash.
And some towels during the pandemic.
Some towels.
Bleach and pine.
We found that out during the 2020, baby. We found out real quick that they don't keep the Clorox wipes on deck or none of that, because I had a whole slew of that stuff under the sink. I was
I have one under each sink, and there's some in my purse, my work bag, my car.
Everywhere.
You have to have, and if you don't have Clorox, you have baby wipes.
Yes, I had a whole slew of it, and they was bothered. They was out here elbowing each other at the grocery store. Lord.
All right, y'all. I gotta go to sleep, man. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for joining me, man. I really appreciate it.
Have a safe night.
Yes.
Fried chicken.
Yes. Thank you, Southern, for joining us and cooking Lucy up. Man, that was something. I'm going to post tonight's live on my YouTube. My YouTube link is in my bio. When you go on my page, you'll see the YouTube button. One love, everybody. Peace.